And we're kicking off another day here in the Bitsler Cup. We got two games lined up, starting off here with APU King of Kings versus Hikari. I'm Stinkypie, joined here by Sparks. How are you feeling today?
Hi, not feeling great. I have COVID, but mentally feeling great. Really excited about the upcoming games, so kind of doing okay. Yeah.
That COVID definitely can be a bit nasty, but thankfully playing Dota is done through the internet today, so no risk of transmission there. I got a bit of a draft going on between a Pain being banned out very early on. It's a bit of a more modern adjustment with that Queen of Pain position quite often. But we're going to be going with a Treant Protector as the first pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of expected, to be honest. I've been taking a little look at the Dota buff of both of the teams, and I see that Tree is a very often picked hero for Apu King of Kings.
Yeah, a lot of unique utility coming out from the Treant Protector. He is just about the only hero in the game who can heal towers, so very powerful ability, great map control as well, hiding in the trees, being able to push out the waves, gets that meteor hammer. And the Invoker picked up to match that. I really do quite like the Invoker plus the Treant Protector. Gives you a great team fight. An Invoker doesn't do so well against the BKBs. Fine, Treant Protector is ultimate pierce BKB, so generally just a good combination, of sort of rounded lineup to have. Hikari on the other side of things, though, they're going for the Monkey King plus the Kunkka. A bit of flexibility in these picks, but it probably is going to be a support monkey.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what you thought about the kind of opening with the Monkey King. Obviously, Monkey King can be played as a support. Immediately when I see Monkey King, I always think, oh, it's gonna be a core. But yeah, I'm kind of assuming it's gonna be a support, right? Like they wouldn't really throw that core in there so early, or would they?
Yeah, Monkey King, I don't think has a particularly good matchup against the Treant Protector and the Invoker. The Invoker with the Tornado, you can actually purge off the Jingu stacks off the Monkey itself. It's actually impossible to get rid of the 4-hit count on your own heroes, but if enemy Monkey King, you can get rid of that pretty easily. I think the Treant Protector has some interesting interactions with him as well, because the Monkey King is one of those sit in the tree heroes. But the Treant Protector, it's literally in its name, he can run around in the tree line and really provide that vision. So, Monkey King here, I want to say I'd be very surprised if it's played as a core, especially since they don't seem to have any particular synergistic buffs outside of Hikari.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a strange pick then. You know, the things you just explained. Sounds like Monkey King is not a great pickup here. Do you think they have like something up their sleeve here?
I think he's always just a solid laning hero. He's pretty good for providing vision as a support. So I don't think it's too terrible to have the Monkey King picked early and just put it in a support role. The Kunkka pickup, though, is much more interesting. Kunkka honestly doesn't have a terrible matchup into the Invoker mid lane, but we're seeing a lot of Kunkkas being played in the safe lane as well, so that could be something to watch out for.
Yeah, I love to see Kunkka in the safe lane. To be honest, I think that I think that's just a lot of fun to watch. I think Kunkka is just a very strong hero in general. I do know the mid of Hokori plays Kunkka. I'm not quite sure if their safe laner has picked Kunkka at all, like recently. So I'm kind of assuming here, kind of guessing that he might go mid. But obviously, you know, if the draft goes a certain way, they can always flex him to the safe lane.
Nyx Assassin, I think, could be a pretty good pickup here for Hikari. It's an obvious pick to have against the Invoker. But against the Treant Protector as well, I can do quite a bit. A lot of spells that the Treant throws out are very easy to set up with a stun, and just providing that extra bit of vision, that extra bit of setup, and, you know, for the other team as well, I actually think it's pretty good as a setup with the Invoker. You scout out a hero, get on him, stun him, Sunstrike follow up. So definitely looking for a Nyx pickup for either of these.
Seems like a very solid one. I think Nyx in general seems like a very solid hero. I've seen him picked up a lot actually this cup, so it really wouldn't surprise me if one of the teams chooses him here.
Yeah, I mean, most of the super obvious heroes have been banned out. The Weaver, the Mars we've seen pretty much ever since TI are just staples of the
10
meta.
seconds remaining.
Interesting that they take out the anti-mage though, so seemingly thinking
5
that it's going to
seconds
be the mid
remaining.
Punka. And AM, I mean, he does have a decent matchup against the Invoker, but I honestly don't think it's nearly as powerful as people seem to think this patch. I mean, I'm personally not a fan of anti-mage in the current meta. I feel like he comes online just a little bit too slow. In a meta where Meteor Hammer seems to be built on every other hero, I'm just not a fan. But King of Kings, they disagree with me. They're gonna go with the ban.
I mean, maybe they kind of have bad experiences with an anti-mage. Maybe they, as a team, just don't like dealing with him, possibly. I mean, I know the Hokori, they have picked anti-mage before, so it definitely was a possibility, and maybe they're just sick and tired of it. Just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, just looking at the bans, it really makes me think they want to go for something along the lines of Medusa pick. Because the AM with the mana burn obviously pretty good at
10
Medusa,
seconds
but
remaining.
even the Shadow Demon ban, very good hero to have
5
against the Dusa.
seconds
Dusa
remaining.
illusion's always very strong. And interestingly, Hokori, they go with the Abaddon, which does give them a whole bunch of melee heroes, but I suppose that's fine since they've taken out the Timbers. That would be the really
Radiant
obvious
team
pick here.
picked.
Oh, Snapfire.
Yeah, it's sort of a similar story to the Invoker. You have that long-range magic damage, very nice setup with the Tree and Protector. But this really does make me think about the next assassin, although it would be a bit hard for Hokori to fit that into the
10
draft now,
seconds
seeing as the
remaining.
Funky King is almost certainly going to be a fourth.
5 seconds remaining.
Might be an interesting comment of mine, but Abba, is it possible that he goes 3?
Oh, long gone are those days, I think.
Mhm.
The hero has gone through a couple of changes, and I think the biggest one actually is the inability to deny yourself. So you can't
10
actually kill
seconds
yourself with
remaining.
Mistcoil anymore, which I think was a really obnoxious thing that you could do with
5
heroes like
seconds
Pudge as
remaining.
well. But since that's been taken out of the picture, you're just very resource intensive. Need a lot of mangoes and solves and whatnot, and I think that's just not great for a core. But seeing the Brewmaster pick up here, that pretty much confirms the Snapfire as a support, which I think is fine, as long as you have a
Yep.
bit of setup, which the Screen Protector and Brewmaster provide.
Would
But
you
yeah,
would you rather
Brewmaster,
have
honestly,
seen?
he's not a super popular hero in pro games, I want to say. I see him a bit in pubs. Going with the Drow Ranger, though. Drow Ranger into Brewmaster. That one's interesting. Because the Brewmaster, at least if he's able to get the split off, he's pretty good at closing the gap onto the Drow Ranger. And, I definitely do like the Brewmaster against the Abaddon, because you can put him up in the air with the Storm Panda, and Abaddon as fourth if he's, flying in a Cyclone. He's just not doing that much. So, I'm not too sure the Drow Ranger pick really feels that.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it
remaining.
seems like an interesting choice, to be honest. I mean, I do think Drow is kind of, yeah. I was just kind of thinking, obviously she does have like her silence. I'm kind of assuming that she's gonna go for maybe like a Hurricane Pike to try and get out of situations. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not really. Yeah, she will probably get jumped.
Who do we have still in the pool as far as one go? Phantom Lancer we see quite a lot against
10
Drow
seconds
Rangers, although
remaining.
not necessarily the best matchup playing into
5
the
seconds
Kunkka.
remaining.
I mean, he's just
So,
gonna kill those illusions right away. I mean, a little bit of Tidebringer and your illusions are completely gone.
yeah, but at the same time, it's not quite the same level as maybe something like Van Cleave. I am still feeling the Medusa pick actually for King of Kings. It's a bit awkward against the Drow Ranger sometimes, but absolutely one of the heroes that can beat the Drow at his own game, and they're really taking out the illusion makers here, Shadow Demon as well as Darkseer. So definitely thinking a high agi, strong illusion hero for King of Kings, just going by their bans. So more things a possibility. Medusa, maybe a Luna, and there you go. That's the ban. Pretty obvious ban there. But they're going to go with
Yay.
the Phantom Assassin. Okay.
Hmm.
It's a good matchup into the Drow. But against the Abaddon, sometimes you can have issues taking him down. I mean, the Abaddon himself, obviously, but he provides so much defensive utility for his team. The Kunkka, likewise, just that boat buff alone is such a hard thing to deal with. We'll see how this PA goes. You do have the minus armor coming out from the Snapfire. Support Snapfire probably going to be going for the Medallion build-up. The Invoker, the Alacrity as well. So that can be very good. You have very strong Roshan potential too. So in that sense, it makes sense. But the Doom coming out, and that can be a very nasty hero for the PA to deal with. Honestly, all of the cores on the side of King of Kings do not do well against the Doom. So I really do like this Doom coming out.
I think, yeah, I mean, Doom is definitely quite a strong hero. I agree with your assessment here. I just think, I don't know. Isn't Doom a little bit slow to pick up steam?
Yeah, Doom, fundamentally, he's one of those heroes who always inflates his net worth with the Devour, especially when the Dooms go Midas. Personally, I'm not a fan of that. I think this game, as a Doom, you really need to get a bit of early armor, even if it's just the phase boost to help you deal with the Phantom Assassin. I think early BKB is going to be very powerful here. I mean, ever since the BKB got changed, going from 9 seconds to 6 seconds rather than 10 to 5, I think early BKB is pretty much mandatory for our Doom, and if he does do that, he can get very aggressive very early on.
Let's see how this is gonna go. Looking at both drafts, which team do you think is gonna take the victory here? Purely assessing drafts.
Purely on draft, I think it's really going to depend on the Doom. I wouldn't be surprised if Doom actually ends the game, possibly top of net worth. That can happen. Yeah. Yeah, I like
So
the
that's a
team.
Hokori victory then. In your opinion, probably looking at drafts only Hokori victory.
Yeah, just looking at draft.
Okay. Don't really have a specific opinion on this, but I'm excited to see. Excited to see if that Doom goes for the build that you are thinking about. Let's actually have a look at both of the teams. I see that both teams are quite at the top of the group right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both of them, if they do well here, can definitely pretty much secure themselves going into playoffs. I'm not 100% on that, but we are, sort of halfway through the groups here. Playoffs start a week or so. But for what it's worth, they did actually face off against each other yesterday. The T and King of Kings did take that 0. But otherwise, I think these teams are very well matched. I think, they play a lot against each other, even if it's not necessarily tournament games. All these teams they scrim against each other all the time, so definitely quite familiar with each other.
So that might be a Hokori revenge story coming in then if they manage to take the victory here. DPC revenge.
Yeah. I mean, you can almost look at it as like a best of 4 series, as awkward as that sounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to root for the underdog. So, but on the other hand, you're already saying Hokori, so I'm gonna go with Apu. I think King of Kings are gonna, I think they're gonna take this.
Just can be smoking up here. I don't think they're looking to engage necessarily, but just setting up the early vision can be very important, especially in these ranged versus melee matchups.
As Kunkka is destroying the woods here. He is completely wrecking the trees there. Is there a specific reason that he's doing that? Or is it just memes?
I mean, he's probably going to be playing against the train protector there, so... Getting
Right,
rid of the
so-
trees as the treant, you no longer get the tree walking, the invis, or whatever it is, the level 1, you still get the tree walking inside the trees, so... that's always nice. Nature's Grasp as well also benefits from having the trees. And yeah, I do like this posturing there from Mini. Just making sure that the enemy can't walk in.
This Doom is probably going to die. He's taking a lot of damage here from the entirety of King of Kings, and the kill goes to the Snapfire First Blood for Apu, King of Kings.
Ideally, probably want to give that kill to someone else, but he'll take it. He'll take it.
A little bit of a face-off there. Tree versus Monkey King. Not much going to happen there. And, let's see how these lines are going to play out. They're going to go for this Doom, though. They're going to do a lot of damage here. There's 3 people here on this Doom. This tree came bottom as well. A lot of damage coming in there. Q from this PA, and Doom is going to fall. Tree as well, though. But that kill did go to PA, so that is definitely very nice for their team.
Most importantly, he's going to have to make the walk of shame back to lane, which is not terrible for the Monkey King, but you'd much rather have the early levels on your Doom, a very level-dependent hero.
This Monkey King taking a lot of damage here from this tree ant and this PA. He's maybe a little bit too far forward. He was a little bit brave, and PA... No, doesn't get the kill, actually. Tree gets the kill, but that is the second death here in this bottom lane, which gives PA quite a good time farming.
PA, if you get ahead, absolutely accelerates at a ridiculous pace with the battle theory, and really not what you want starting off. And again, it's not just the kills, not just the money, it's also the levels that you're denying to the enemy. And Treant hitting level 2, very powerful there. You get the slow.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that damage coming in there. Oh, but PA might be a little bit too brave here. Bit off a little bit more than she could chew, and maybe Treant's gonna die for this as well. Die for this insolence, or is he? Nope, just about manages to make it out alive.
Yeah, we'll see if he uses the Sal for himself. He does end up doing that. Because there is the possibility of just walking into the enemy towers, dying there, and saving yourself the regen for the PA. But that is just one of the things about the Train Protector. 1 armor level 1. Still gonna go for the trade.
And Monkey King again going for that trade, again jumping on this Monkey King. This PA is getting low again, though. Is she actually gonna die for this? Is she gonna... That is going to be a very uncomfortable situation if that happens, but she manages to get out just about. But of course, this tree doesn't have a salve for her, so she's gonna have to eat some of these tangos to heal herself back up. This monkey seems to be looking for her, though. It seems to be looking a little bit, and is gonna engage here in this 1v1 versus tree. And the kill there coming on tree as well. This PA jumping back into the fray. A constant team fight here. Bottom. She's going to take a lot of damage again, but doesn't quite die. This Doom gets clicked by this tree ant. He keeps running after him, chasing him out of the lane to get PA her farm secured again.
We literally have only been looking at this bottom lane, and all 6 kills in this game have happened between these 2 teams in the bottom lane, which is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, you can only imagine how different the situation would have been if the tree didn't actually use a salve for himself, walked into a tower instead. PA gets the healing, and then they can go very aggressively. It does seem like her MK is really playing with that Jingu to get the lifesteal, and the lifesteal actually does depend on enemy armor, depends on how much damage you deal. And against that Train Protector, it really can do quite a lot. You saw him in that last engagement trying to time it out with the Boundless Strike, trying to get as much healing as possible. He wasn't quite able to do that, still ended up going down.
Monkey King running after them again. I really like that it's like a constant team fight, or like a constant 2v2 fight bottom. I think it's definitely makes it very, very interesting. Both teams being so super aggressive here. Stun coming in on tree ants, a lot of Jingo stacks as well. Monkey King a little bit under the tower there, taking 3 tower hits there. And PA takes this opportunity to jump on him and click him to death here, getting that kill as well. Not on Treant this time, which is very good for her. That Doom deals a lot of damage though, they gotta be a little bit careful. And this time he has a salve. Nice.
That really does make that difference. You can go right back into farming, you can go right back into trading. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised that they were playing this aggressively on Hikori. Level 2 into that Leech Seed on the Treant is a very big power spike. You pretty much double the healing as well as the damage. So fighting into the Treant at level 3, I think that was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's I like their enthusiasm though. You know what I mean? Like I love their enthusiasm. Mid lane, meanwhile, this Kunkka getting out on 70-ish HP, and this Invoker taking a lot of damage there as well. The oh no being spammed, the voice line of Sir Action Slacks. Invoker must feel a little bit frustrated. However, he has pretty much a little bit of a free lane now, because Kunkka has to go all the way back to base.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of HP traded, but both our mid laners are farming quite well. Still remains that all of the kills are in this bottom lane. But we did just see our Snapfire head into the jungle. There's already a couple of stacks being built up. And that does seem to be a pretty important part of the meta these days. Even after the nerfs, stacks are just a little too strong. Lots of back and forth trading up top as well. Drow Ranger doing a pretty good job there. Quite a few denies too. But, again, mid lane. Gonna be going for some action.
3 people here on the mid lane, and there's someone TPing as well on the side of Hikori, which is Abba. He kind of hangs around here, sees if he can help his buddy a little bit, but walks away to get the rune there. This Kunkka is too tanky though to go down by this Snapfire Invoker combo. However, does get tornadoed, but still, he's just so tanky. He's so tanky. They really wanted to get him there, but it doesn't quite work out. This Monkey King coming in as well with this jump. Snapfire going down there. Invoker barely manages to make it out, but he still wants to try to stay in because his Monkey King is low. Kill coming in on this Invoker. X marks on this tree, and Kunkka has to run away though. He's been earned, and he manages to get out again. This tanky man is just not gonna go down here. And they're chasing Abba meanwhile.
Double bounty deal.
He's gonna try to go for the deny here. Is he gonna manage that? He is not gonna manage that. That is another kill for Invoker.
I still think that's worth it, because you get the 2 bounty runes. Not only are you getting the gold for yourself, you're denying it to the enemy. Yeah, decent rotation
absolutely.
coming out.
It's a choice. Absolutely a choice. Monkey seems to be hanging around middle a little bit now. Trying to get some vision there. Probably want to go for Invoker kind of soon-ish again, it looks like.
Back up top lane, though.
Fight coming in here on this Drow. Drow got jumped by 3 heroes and dies here, killed to go to Treant. Brewmaster seems to be having a good time.
Yeah, pretty big Brewmaster, honestly. The farm early on does not matter that much, but if you get a nice and early level 6, you have a lot of kill pressure.
Doom TP to bottom lane to doom this PA. Is she gonna die for that? That's a lot of damage coming in, and she got denied by Invoker TPing in. This Doom might die for that. Getting slowed here by the tree, and Invoker going for that chase as well. And is he gonna die? Is he gonna die? The urn? Yes, he is gonna die there. Tree and another kill there. Little arcane rune deny here on this Snapfire. Very cheeky. I love to see that. But this Kunkka's coming in as well, wanting to go for the Snapfire. Doesn't quite see the Invoker though. Invoker, Tree, and Snapfire now on top of Kunkka. Kunkka is finally gonna go down, and this Monkey King has 4 heroes on him right now. They're gonna try and give that kill to PA, and they do manage to do that. So that is very good moves for Apple King of Kings.
Yeah, they actually had the boat cooldown, but he ran out of mana thanks to the EMP from the high ground, so it could have been a very different fight. Honestly, even 2 versus 4, I wouldn't be surprised if they would walk out with a couple of kills if that boat did end up coming through. Thing is, looking at the scoreboard, 11-3, we're barely 9 minutes into the game. That's pretty ridiculous, but looking at the net worth, it's honestly not too bad for Hikori. And they do have the stacks to fall back on. This is what we're seeing now. Yuma just gonna be in the jungle, just gonna be hitting those creeps because it's just a little bit too dangerous for him to be sitting against the Brewmaster now that the Primal split too.
Another jump here on this Doom. They can get out though. They see Abba TP and they decide to not go for that. Or are they though? This PA is gonna jump in. Very, very brave. Gonna go for this Abba. Realize this Abba is not level 6 yet. So, you know, he's actually gonna die when you kill him. And she sees Kunkka coming in. X marks on this PA. Kunkka's definitely gonna go for that. He does have enough mana for his boat this time. And PA dies for that. Treant, is he gonna be able to get out? He is definitely gonna try his best. He's gonna run into the trees there. Gonna tree walk and try to get out of there. And he manages to get out. He's just gonna hang
Eventually he does survive, but it's more about the other side of things, because if you actually went for a smoke, they were able to catch out the Drow Ranger. And, you know, it's a very logical rotation. You know, that the Drow Ranger is trying to avoid the Brewmaster to head into the jungle and pick her off. So both position one's going down.
This Doom gonna get engaged on again by an Invoker. Treant combo. Gets Doom on the Invoker though. Invoker not able to be doing anything here right now. He is gonna just walk it off though. Just walk it off, walk it off. Let the Treant die for this. Is Snapfire gonna go back into it? Might not be the best choice here. She is gonna go back.
Yeah, ideally in a situation like that, you want to be TPing in the Brewmaster instead of Snapfire. You can do quite a lot more as Brew with Split. But he did have Monkey King on him, knows that the TP will be stopped if he attempts that anyway. Ghost walk in though, Invoker, he's looking for Yuma.
Drow Ranger meanwhile at the top of the net worth chart. About 300 gold more than this PA. So even though Drow died, PA has died as well. So they are... Drow's a little bit ahead, but they're still pretty much even at this point.
Yeah, one of the biggest disadvantages of the Phantom Assassin is you're not very good at clearing out stacks until you have the Battle Fury. Once you have the Battle Fury, of course, very different story, but compared to the Drow Ranger, who simply does a lot of damage to creep the marksmanship, and you have the AoE damage coming out from the multi-shot as well, it's unsurprising to see the Drow Ranger be able to keep up with PA despite going down a couple.
This Brewmaster seems to like sticking to the top lane there, and he seems to be doing quite okay there. Lane has been pretty much left now, except for Monkey King.
Again, though, for him, I would like to see him, you know, be the one TPing more often, but that seems to be working out for them so far in terms of the kills. Pigpole on does end up getting back. Pig's mark still fine.
Meanwhile, just having a good time here in the triangle, taking all that farm. Doom pushing in this bottom wave. There's not really anyone contesting this, so Doom can just use this time to farm up a little bit and to put a lot of pressure on the tower there. There seems to be something going on top now. An engagement here on this tree end by Kunkka, by Monkey King. Stun coming in as well. Brewmaster ults for this though. He ults for this, goes for this Monkey King. Tornadoes this Kunkka as well, but are they going to be able to catch him even with the tornado? I mean, tornado is a very, very long spell.
You don't have the time.
I'm not quite sure if they're going to be... Snapfire going to be ulting here. Invoker's in as well, now throwing a lot of damage in there. Abba is staying around here, trying to maybe save his body, if possible. Waiting for that Aphotic Shield to come off cooldown as well. But Kunkka dies for this, and now Abba is kind of stuck in here. Drow is going to jump in here as well, and a Doom coming in on this Invoker. Getting clicked to death here. Lots of damage. Abaddon going for this Brewmaster. Brewmaster going to try to TP out, and he manages to TP out. Are they going to be able to chase this Snapfire? Not quite, not quite. They're going to leave that for what it is.
Both mid laners going down. A lot of stalls being used. That's actually the first primal split in top lane.
This Treant.
The support on support kill there. They're actually giving a lot of farm priority over the Monkey King, which I find interesting. I don't hate it necessarily, since it's not like you can put the Drow Ranger in the lane there. But, you know, this time around for the Monkey King, I don't think you'll have a particularly good game, even if he gets farm.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see how that's gonna pan out with him having a little bit more priority. I mean, he has been playing, definitely been playing quite well. Just kind of wonder what they're gonna do with that. Seems to be something happening on middle. They're gathering there. Do they want to do something? Not quite sure. No, PA is just going to go back to farming, which makes perfect sense there. Drow is also still in the triangle. Farming, having a good time. She's still almost at the top of the net worth chart. Just being surpassed by Doom, actually. This PA is very close to her Battle Fury as well, so she should be able to climb up that net worth chart by herself as well.
That's going to be the Battle Fury completed at a decent time. Honestly, been quite a lot of kills going over the PA, but of course stuff to do that as well. But this is where perhaps we'll see PA start to climb ahead of the Drow Ranger. The problem with the Phantom Assassin, though, this game at least, is that there's not too much you can do until you get the BKB, and even then you still have the Doom to worry about. Whereas on the other side of things, Sue's going to be rushing that BKB at the point to get that. And you can really try and start to pressure these towers, even against the Primal Split. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the core items to come together.
I think the only positive thing regarding that Doom is that obviously Doom has so many targets. You know, I feel like on the side of Apu there are so many targets that are good for Doom, you know, because like getting Doom and Invoker is very good, getting Doom on PA is going to be good as well, on Brewmaster as well, and Snapfire, like it's just... there's so many targets to choose from that for PA's sake, I hope that she's not going to be the prime one for it. Ult coming in though from this tree ant on this Doom. Doom is going to go down here by Invoker. Invoker throwing a tornado in there. Getting X-marked though. Boat on his head as well. While Abba and Kunkka surround him here. But Invoker's not quite scared. He TPs out and manages to do so. This Treant might die for this though. The Drow has found her way over as well. Treant is going to try to walk it off. And he does manage to do that.
Just half a second on that X mark, otherwise they would have been able to get mini. Pretty good presence of mind there. But taking down the Monkey King in the top lane, taking down June in the bottom, really does open up the rest of the map. They're going to take down mid tier 1 tower.
Abba is in trouble here, getting slowed by this Snapfire, tornadoed here by Invoker as well. He did pop his ult though, but that crit, that was a big crit. Another kill coming in for this PA.
We're so close to the BKBs on the side of the quarry, but not quite yet, and that leaves them a bit vulnerable with this timing.
What is gonna happen here? This Brewmaster pushed up top quite far. Doesn't seem to be very scared. He has a Hand of Midas now. And going for that Aghanims next, it seems. Oh, that's the... Okay, that's the 2 charges on Primal Split. That does seem like a very nice idea.
Yep, and if I'm not mistaken, we cancel it at any time. A lot more usability coming out. Much easier to play the hero. Before, everything has to be tuned perfectly. It gives you that much more flexibility. So I do quite like that pickup. But that's where the BKB timings on the other side of things can come into play as well. And they are going to be going for the smoke up. I'm not too sure what triggered this, since they're still lacking the BKBs, but looking to force something.
They are going to go for this Invoker, but Invoker managed to get off Ghost Walk just in time, and they don't have detection. So they wanted to go for that Invoker, but Gank kind of failed a little bit. Meanwhile, the PA has climbed to the top of the net worth chart, almost getting 1k more than this Doom and then this Drow, who are both still about at the same spot right now.
Not quite unsurprising, is actually going to be going for Gasha and the Manta style build-up. Mostly thinking about the Doom. I don't hate this. Delays your BKB, but what's the use of the BKB?
Treant getting gone on that team fight happening on bottom. Treant manages to get out. Monkey King ult has been thrown there. Boat has been thrown as well by Kunkka on top of this Snapfire. Snapfire manages to get out though. Ult popped on this Abba as well. Snapfire from the high ground decides to ult on top of this Monkey King. A little bit of revenge there, and this Kunkka trying to get out, tornadoed by the Invoker. Abba meanwhile also stuck here. Kill coming in on this PA. That is 3 down on the side of Hokori.
Yeah, just not liking the way they were playing that strategically. Literally had the Kunkka BKB flying in on the courier just that was happening, and Meanwhile, Doom in the top lane, that's so much of your team fight power. He's also farming up his BKB. Makes so much sense for him. Why is my team fighting before that? So, yeah, just kind of shooting themselves in the foot a bit of an anti-timing there.
A little bit of an awkward timing indeed. Because Kunkka, what you said, he does have his BKB now, so it's a little bit awkward. It does seem they felt just very confident there. I guess they just felt like they could just get that kill and move on with their lives, but it just didn't quite pan out the way they wanted it to.
Narrow escape here for our Train Protector with that Blink Dagger.
Will he manage to escape those? Because Monkey King is in the trees, did stun him. Silence coming in from this Drow, and Drow's just gonna casually click that tree to death there.
And that is the Monkey King talent coming into play, plus 50% tree down vision. You tend not to take it as a core, but as a support, that makes a lot of sense. And that's generally what we see these Monkey Kings doing. They're the ones getting the vision, looking for the setup. At the same time, he does have that full Orchid thanks to the farm priority that they've been giving him, quite clearly top net worth of support.
Roche kill meanwhile on Apu, and Invoker getting doomed here on the mid lane. Kunkka boat coming in as well. Drow has managed to join the party as well, and Invoker goes down to Drow. That is an Aegis on PA though, but there's 2 people down. Are they gonna be able to do something with it? Snapfire getting caught here by Kunkka, by X-Marks, by Torrents, and the team manages to round her, and another kill coming in there, this time for the Doom. So that's a little bit of an awkward situation. 2 people down. This PA goes in though, because PA does have Aegis, and she does do a whole lot of damage with her crit. She managed to get the kill on this Monkey King. Gonna continue here, gonna get that damage here on this Abba, popping his ultimate, going for Doom as well, but it's Silence coming in from this Drow Ranger. That is a whole lot of stuff happening here, but in the end, PA does seem to claim some sort of victory here. Her Aegis hasn't even been popped yet. It has now, though, by this Abba Mist Coil. He Mist Coils, pops that Aegis, and TP's out just to get that sorted.
Yeah, imagine dying to a Mist Coil in 2022, but at least that was just the Aegis. Honestly, I feel like that could have been a cleaner retreat from Apu. Sure, you lose the Invoker, but that's a lot of spells committed. That's the boat, that's Doom, so I think you're happy just walking away with that Aegis. That they took a fight, which they didn't have to, ended up being okay, but definitely was a bit of a risk. But that is the power of the lineup. We mentioned that during the draft. Just Snapfire, perfect timing, getting the full Solar Crest.
Gonna be a good pickup here, Brewmaster. Oh, what's happening there? PA went here for this Abba. She's just on the high ground now in the enemy jungle. Gonna get her farm on over there. She is very, very strong right now. She has her Manta, she has her Battle Fury, and she seems to be going for the Lincolns next.
Okay, so this is the purely anti-Doom build. It's so hard for a Doom to get onto a Phantom Assassin. I am somewhat surprised that we don't see the Agnum Scepter coming out, which is also pretty good against the Doom. But the Lincoln's is just a little more secure. You don't need to press your button very quickly. It's there the entire time.
Absolutely. Kind of a comfort thing to make it easier.
Pretty good against the Orchid of the Monkey King as well. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I honestly am somewhat doubting them giving the farm party over to Monkey King. So in the last fight, he got cut down from a tree. Honestly, didn't see all too much of that giant Orchid. But they are going to be going for a smoke up now. They've got all the BKBs on their big force, so they can find.
That's a stun there on this tree, and they decide to go for this tree here in the jungle. They kind of leave it to Kunkka. They know Kunkka's going to be able to take him down, and they're going to continue walking. Abba is still smoked, but they decide to just go for this middle tower. Abba's no longer smoked.
Yeah, I do like that movement. Not committing too hard for that kill, just looking for what more they can get. They are rewarded that tower. Arguably the most important tower in the game. Roshan is down. We'll see what this map control actually brings. I wouldn't mind seeing them set up some vision, which are Abaddon supposed to be starting to do. We'll see if that can allow them to set up something in the future.
taking
Are going
over
to be
the bottom
grouping up,
jungle
though,
there.
on King of Kings. Once the turn one's probably going to be going for smoke himself.
This Invoker, meanwhile, pushing out top a little bit. They want to gain a little bit of control there in that area, and then the smoke coming in middle on 4 heroes of the team. Invoker not quite there, but of course, you know, he does have Sunstrike, and he does have TP, so he might be able to join at some point if necessary. PA engaging here on this Doom, but Abba's there as well with his Apathic Shield. It doesn't really make a difference though, because that's just too much damage, and Abba gets thrown right up in the air by this Brewmaster ult. Uses his shield, pops his ult, and he TPs out. Not going to be able to because Cookie is still there, and he dies to this PA with her click damage.
Yeah, interesting that he just chose to die and not use the BKB there. I was wondering if he was trying to set up a play, something along the lines of the buyback, but I don't know. That's the Lincolns coming into play. The X mark that's who threw out. Absolutely nothing happened.
I do love to see that. That is one annoyance out of the way there, which is great for PA. They seem to be wanting to take bottom tower here. Invoker's pushing up the lane while the rest of the team is staying in triangle. They are just gonna go for this tower here. And probably will be able to get it as well. Doesn't really seem like a type of tower that the other team really wants to protect.
Yeah,
go for that
against the
free
Alacrity
fortify
on the
here.
PPA, you got the minus armor coming out with the little shredder too. Again, that's just what they drafted this lineup for. Heavy physical damage, great against Roach, great against Tower.
Absolutely. They will try to go and do something with this tier 2 though. At least Monkey King is going to TP in. Kunkka just left though, but he is going to come back. They do seem to want to gather around here, but they don't really want to push this further. They know that they will be protecting this tier 2.
Yeah, I think they might have seen the smoke up actually on the other side of things, because the Hikari, they smoked up on 3 heroes. The Drow Ranger's smoke was immediately broken. And this is still the same smoke, it's just on Vitaly. He's gonna be able to
Are gonna
find
go in though. This Brewmaster getting jumped on here by this Doom, getting doomed as well, and just killed here by this double damage Drow. PA, meanwhile, running out, hoping to not get caught there, going for that mid farm there, knowing that they're in the jungle there. A little bit risky maybe, but she seems to know what she's doing, so I'm not gonna question her judgment here at all.
I would really like to see Hikari group up, go for a push. Maybe the bottom lane tier 2, I think, could be pretty big. I do not want to see them just sit around and do absolutely nothing, because right now Roshan cannot be up. We're still before the minimum timer. They already got some vision because of their earlier smoke, but they're just not using it. Just Monkey King taking some creeps, pushing out mid lane. Now, sure, you're down a Doom, but also taking down the enemy Brewmaster, I think is worth more than that. The problem is, now you're going to be fighting into a primal split when you don't have Doom, and Roshan could be up very soon, which is a very scary proposition.
Absolutely, this PA is already kind of going out of control here. If she gets the Aegis again as well, that's just going to be very, very hard to deal with.
And this is just, you know, hit for tat. It's pretty much like clockwork. APU, they go for the 5-man smoke, knowing that they've got everything up, whereas Doom is down. And this is just what happens when Hikari don't actually take the initiative in that small window that they have.
Mo coming in though on the side of Apu Kings. They know where they are. They're going to go in here. They're going to see this Abba first and go for him. Meanwhile, but this PA gets really stuck here by the rest of their team. She gets jumped on, absolutely jumped on, and killed here by this Doom. A lot of damage coming in from this Drow as well. Snapfire ults here to try and get a few return kills there, but Monkey jumps on her ults here as well. Drow is getting very low though. She gets disarmed. Is she going to be able to get out, or is she going to be chased down by this tree? And Sunstrike coming in on Doom. Doom is very tanky though. Is he going to be able to turn for this Invoker, get something going there? Doesn't quite look like it's going to lose a lot of mana, but ultimately doesn't seem to die there. Snapfire lived as well. Still an engagement going on here on this Kunkka by this Brewmaster. Invoker running around there as well. Invisible just kind of hanging out there, wanting to probably get this last hit here, this kill on Kunkka. Manages to do so. Snapfire really low, trying to get out. Invoker as well. he is not going to be able to get out, and Snapfire is going to go down here as well. Brewmaster TP's out. That is 4 people dead for Apu, and a buyback on the side of Hokori.
I want to say that ends up being a better trade for Hikori, because this also gives them a bit of time to set up that vision in preparation for Roshan. That's what I think Ardic's going to be doing. He actually doesn't have any observer wards on him, only sentries. That's a bit awkward. But honestly, I'm surprised that the King even went for that, seeing as the first target that they stole was the Baden. Definitely not the worst target that you can start out on. Ended up being okay for them in no small part, I think, due to the fact that the Drow Ranger just ended up getting pulled so early. Spent a lot of time in that fight just running away, wasn't able to put out damage, did survive for quite a long time with the invisibility. Couldn't get it done. Roshan timer, it's going to be pretty average. So we'll see what happens then. Both teams must know that Roshan can be up.
Both really want to take that Aegis. But yeah, that was a crazy fight though. Just so much going on, so much happening there.
You have to be somewhat worried though for Hikori, perhaps. Turning out the fight started off pretty much as well as it could have. Phantom Assassin dying after committing on the Abaddon. Power of the Brewmaster split pretty strong, lasted so long with the Aghanim Scepter. This time around though, our Phantom Assassin has been much harder to take down. That full satanic lifesteal is nice, but you don't really think about it, it does give you a bit of bonus HP as well. It's not that much harder to burst down.
Monkey King spotted bottom but manages to TP out. I see that Brewmaster's gonna go for the Refresher Orb next. Potentially 3 times Primal Split? Do you think that's gonna be his game plan here?
Yeah, Refresher is interesting because it lasts for so long that it's not guaranteed that you still have teammates around. Wouldn't mind seeing something along the lines of a Lotus Orb instead, but we'll see what he chooses. He could always turn around for Lotus. Put smoke up here just to try and secure Roshan. If you realize that they were giving a lot of space for that Roshan to be taken, spotted all 5 of them bot, but a pretty quick response there. Get back into the Roche pit, try and contest.
Both teams just really hanging out there. One of the Primal Splits has been used, but it's 10 seconds until a second charge for it. So, nothing too bad yet. Double damage here on bottom. Kunkka seems to want to go. Yep, he's going to get it. That's going to definitely help them if they want to go for this big Roche fight.
Yeah, I already like what they're doing though. Mini, he's running right to the bottom lane. Got the POTs, can always join Ghost Walk. Let them fall very quickly. He's gonna try and split push the enemy, force them to respond to the bottom lane, knowing that he can always rejoin. But at the same time, you have the Kunkka, he's got the X-Mark. So you can just X-Mark himself, keep the bottom lane, and try and rejoin the fight. And really, it is all about Roshan. Meaning he's not necessarily looking to take a tower, he's looking to pull the enemy out of the pit.
Rao is gonna head into the pit, it's gonna be a bit daring, because she does a lot of damage there. Sunstrike coming in on this Roshan here from Invoker. They know what she's doing, and they want to seem to do something with it. Monkey King just jumped into their, well, I want to say backline, but it was really their front line to distract them while Drow takes Roche, but does get a lot of damage on his face here by this Snapfire ultimate. Snapfire ult heading into the pit as well. Monkey King dies for that, and Drow does manage to get that Aegis. That's enough distraction for Drow to get the Aegis, but is she going to be able to keep it for long? Not quite. Aegis has been popped already. Double damage popped on this Kunkka, but might die as well. Abba ult has been used, and Drow Ranger is very stuck there. Very stuck, and is gonna go down. This Kunkka is gonna die here as well. This Doom trying to run away here, getting disarmed. Invoker is there for all of that party as well. And Monkey King wants to here engage on this Tree Ant, but Invoker's still there. Brewmaster's there, sort of, a little bit. He's there on the low ground, trying to help out a little bit. Tree Ant is gonna die, however. And that is,
lots of buybacks used as well. Two buybacks
Roche is
there.
down. Aegis was grabbed, but yeah. Didn't quite plan out that the way that they wanted it to, I assume. I think they probably didn't want it to go like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see what they were trying to go for. You pretty much sacrifice the Monkey King's life, buying some time to try and get the Aegis, but they were able to get into the Roshan pit. They weren't quite able to get out. A lot of it does come down to the Blink Dagger there, picked up by Saren. Blinking in, able to catch out the enemy even through the BKBs. That was one of the things very early on that you have in the draft. Joker, not great against the BKBs, but guess what? Your Protector is. And, you know, a lot of staying power coming out from them. Multiple splits. Now that you've got the refresher, that's even more so. And that seems to be working out for King of Kings. The Abaddon, the Kunkka, very hard to kill immediately, but eventually, the borrow time, eventually the boat buff is run out. They're just continue fighting the entire time, even through the buyback of Tori.
They just seem to manage to sustain fights for much longer than the other team, which definitely works in their favor. There's an 11k gold lead right now on the side of Apu King of Kings, with PA still topping that net worth chart with 24k net worth, followed closely by Invoker with 18k. Drow, meanwhile, is stuck at around 17k range. So this PA is definitely doing so well regarding farm, regarding kills, and just having a good game.
Yeah, and still refusing to get that BKB. I know, does have the BKB now, but Invoker not getting the BKB either. Whereas all the cores on Hikori have the BKB. That is part of why they just aren't able to play those fights that long. BKB lasts for 6 seconds now.
Yeah, what could be a good reason for Invoker not to get a BKB?
I think the theory is that he's going to be playing from a very long range away anyway. You already have the Blink Dagger initiation, you have the PA going in, you have the Brewmaster going in. Are you just going to be drawing all the attention there? You can sit back and throw out your spells at your own luxury, so I don't hate it. And now that the PA has BKB, it's actually a max duration BKB, so it's very strong for that.
Smoke play coming in. PA engaging on this Drow. That's a great engagement target, but she BKBs. She manages to jump out as well. This Doom, meanwhile, keeps clicking this PA, but Drow is still stuck there, still stuck amongst 3 of the enemy heroes. Snapfire ult coming in as well, and this PA is just jumping around this team fight, getting kills left, right, and center. Gonna get this kill as well on this Kunkka. Not quite. Treant gets it, but still, Kunkka is down. That is only 2 people up on the side of Hikori. That is very good for Apu King of Kings, and they probably definitely want to be making moves with that right now. Treant's gonna be pushing out bottom here. Someone's gonna deal with that top wave. They caught Monkey King though. Monkey King gets stunned. Brewmaster and PA kind of wild goose chasing this Monkey King while he's in the trees, but they decide to just nah, you know what? That's really a wild goose chase. We're just gonna leave Monkey here. But Monkey is gonna just get these waves here, try to stop them from pushing there, but he does get caught out. This time there's multiple stuns coming in as well, and then Snapfire finishes him off from there with that Scatter Blast. And that is a lot of damage here on this tower up on high ground that they can do, because only Abba is up right now, and they want to go for the end here. They want to go for the finish. No buybacks on the side of Hikori, so they might be able to do that. A Fortify coming in though. 9 seconds until Drow Ranger is up. Can she do something about this though? I really wonder if she can. It doesn't really seem likely that she will be able to. A whole enemy team is right in their base, hitting that T4 towers, hitting that Ancient here as well. Drow is going to try though, because what else can you honestly do? But that Ancient is going to take a lot of damage here, and PA decides to go for the smart choice here, not jumping into the fountain, but just clicking this Ancient, and then GG gets called by Hikori, ending the game in favor of Apu King of Kings.
Not going to be getting revenge for that earlier DPC game yesterday. a very cohesive draft coming out from Apu. They were opening two heroes, great synergy between them. We saw in a lot of those team fights later on. The Treant, he joins the fight later with that Blink Dagger, gets in. Sure, you got two heroes BKB'd. Well, guess what? My ultimate goes through that.
Yeah, absolutely smart choices there. Great performance. I mean, Hikori had some great team fights as well. There were some moments where, maybe they could have done something, but it just seemed like they weren't grabbing the chances that they got. It seemed like they just weren't capitalizing on the mistakes that Apu King of Kings made, which in turn, got PA so much farm, and, they snowballed so hard that they were able to end the game like that.
Yeah, it really definitely felt like a lot of missed opportunities from Hikori. Get a pick off onto the Brewmaster, they don't push the bottom tier 2, they win an extended team fight, no observers available on the Abaddon to try and secure Roshan afterwards. In any case though, a pretty well played game from King of Kings. Nice teamwork between them, very good draft. That is just game 1 of this best of 2, however, so we'll be right back to game 2 in just a moment. we are back with game number 2 of Hikori versus King of Kings. Pretty dominating performance coming out there. Honestly, didn't feel like at any point that Hikori were really ahead or in control of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, they had a few fights that were good, but they just never capitalized on it, and it just kind of fell through. Their plans just completely fell through. I see the draft started, and Mars and Weaver were both not banned, and both immediately picked.
Yeah, surprising that they're not banned, but not surprising that they're picked, given that the bans were there. Obviously showing the Invoker a lot of respect there, taking out the Invoker as their first ban. The Queen of Pain ban was the last game as well. And just a couple of minor adjustments, not taking out the Treant, which I find interesting, because Treant plus Mars can absolutely be a very scary combination.
Ooh, Batrider. Okay, I love to see that hero. Let's have a look, because I remember reading something about Batrider, that one of the heroes, one of the players on the team plays a lot of Batrider. Might be wrong though, can't quite find my information. But I love to see that hero, I think he's very good. Also, I was just gonna ask, what is up with that really early Broodmother ban there on the side of APU King of Kings?
10 seconds remaining.
They did actually take out the Broodmother as the final set of bans last time around. So,
Yeah.
I guess they know something that I don't necessarily know. Probably Hikori playing that. Broodmother, I don't think is a hero who is nearly as feared draft-wise these days. Not quite the same as the Broodmother from a year ago. I can't remember when she got it. But is still very powerful. Level 6 to really come online though, so perhaps that means that they're going for somewhat weaker laners who can't keep Broodmother down on.
10 seconds remaining.
That makes sense. I'm curious to see if that is the case, because it seems like an interesting early ban there. Rubik pickup. I mean, you know, Rubik just seems like a very solid support anyway. But Hikori does have to kind of pay attention now to not get those very easy to steal spells that are gonna make life very difficult for them.
Yeah, Rubik very good against the Weaver in so many ways. Pretty much all of the Weaver's spells are good to steal, especially once you have the Aghanim Scepter. But also the Weaver, you can lift him up with no projectile, no cast time. So it's very hard for the Weaver to get away. Is probably going to be a support Weaver in any case. But the combination of the Weaver and Batrider, just a lot of chasing power. They're kind of hard to kill as well. It's going to be very difficult for King of Kings to get away on heroes such as, say, the Drow Ranger, so I don't think we'll be seeing any online Drow this time around. But the Batrider against the Mars, it's always a very interesting interaction to see whether it's intentional or not. When Mars first came out, still a part of the game now. And Batrider, you can just fly over the Mars through that arena of blood.
Oh.
10 seconds remaining.
So he's going to be able to get out of that situation. I see the Medusa ban on the side of Hikori.
Team pick.
And Elder Titan.
That is interesting. Elder Titan does not strike me as a particularly good hero against the Batrider. A little too mobile to get hit by any of the Elder Titan spells. I suppose it's pretty good with the Mars. Get that nice setup there, but that's putting a lot of pressure onto the Mars to actually hit those big ultimates when there's so many hard to catch and defensive utility heroes. Weaver. Earthshaker coming out. Do we see it with a Morphling? No, it's gonna be the Wraith King
Whippix?
cluster.
Elder Titan, kind of looking at the stats here, it seems like Serum plays a lot of Elder Titan. He's played a lot of Treant Protector, and then his second most played hero is Elder Titan. So he's definitely very, very comfortable. They must have a good reason for not picking Tree there, and instead going with like his second most comfortable hero.
Elder Titan with the Rubik, I suppose, is a nice combination. You set up for the stomp pretty well with the Rubik. The lift, both the stun and the place, very good for that. You do get a bit of that damage amplification if you deal in nice spells Rubik. The extra magic damage coming out is nice. Mars as well. But still, you got strong team fight, which we saw last time around. You need someone to deal the damage. Having the Wraith King in the picture, that really does complicate things. If they go with the Void Spirits, that's probably going to be their mid laner. That's still not someone who can necessarily deal with the Wraith King. And very obvious choice here, of course, is the Phantom Lancer. Great against the Batrider, great against the Wraith King, but not good against the Earthshaker, which is why I'm assuming Hikori picked these two heroes together. But there are still other options. The Slark is still in the pool, I think, can do quite well against these heroes. And perhaps the Morphling as well.
They do have a Morphling player, don't they?
Yeah,
I think
if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Morphling,
Yeah.
pretty good with the Earthshaker on your team or on the enemy team. Pretty good against the Weaver as well. Stealing Weaver's abilities, I think, would be pretty strong. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think Hikori's bans will have to be on there, otherwise.
Anti-mage ban coming in there. Definitely don't want to be dealing with that. And wonder what's gonna happen. Obviously on the side of Hikori they still need to get a mid laner, and then on the side of APU King of Kings I'm kind of assuming that they are gonna go for a safe laner here, because I am gonna assume here that Void Spirit is gonna be middle.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Kunkka again. Get that extra bit of survivability. Catch can be nice against the Void Spirit, and when you have a Wraith, you're not too worried about him going down. You can sort of wait for the second life, sit back a bit, then use the both buff. Really would give them a lot of team fight.
Seems like APU King of Kings is a little bit scared of that big team fight potential of Tidehunter.
Yeah, that's interesting. So they think that it's going to be the mid Batrider. Definitely happens a lot. I don't think Batrider is bad against Void Spirit, but at the same time, I really don't see the Batrider being able to pick up any kills. Definitely feels like it's going to be more of that split push Batrider, get the boots to travel, sort of.
I was kind of assuming offlane here as well for this Batrider, but we'll see. Obviously, he might be able to go mid as well.
Could always be the core Earthshaker, offlane Earthshaker, mid Batrider. Pick up a support, has a bit of defensibility. Maybe they batten again. Yeah, King of Kings though for them, that's certainly missing the position. No doubt about that.
Yeah. Faces Void Ban there. That is definitely a hero that can catch quite a bit.
I
really want to
actually
be
find it a
dealing
bit
with that.
strange that they banned the Faceless Void since they already have Wraith King themselves, which in my opinion is pretty good against Faceless Void. You can't the ultimate Weaver once you get the axe. There as well. Like,
Well-timed chrono then can mess them up really badly though.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, both these teams do have a lot of that, wombo combo. That's going to be very exciting. Vision for both these teams is going to be important. The Batrider, one of the better heroes when it comes to providing vision, but you can say the same for the Elder Titan. Like scouting into the Roshan pit, the Astral Spirit is very hard for Hori to get into the Roshan pit, which is one of the things that you want to be doing as the Weaver. Get the bugs, great for both tanking Roshan and making it die faster. They probably won't be able to do this.
I'm really
Radiant team pick.
Oh, here we go. Timbersaw. That's gonna be good versus Mars and Elder Titan. But what about the lane? What's the lane gonna be looking like? Timbersaw 3 then. Timbersaw Weaver or Timbersaw Earthshaker?
I wouldn't mind seeing Timbersaw Weaver. Just get that constant range to harass. But does King have last pick?
Life Stealer.
Select your heroes.
That is in Life Stealer against Timbersaw is not terrible for the Life Stealer. So intuitively, you're a strength hero, and your physical damage doesn't do great against the Timber Soul, but later on when you get more points of rage, that can be decent. Also decent matchup, great thing. But I am somewhat worried about the Lifestealer potentially getting paint done there. Because Earthshaker, obviously, none of it spells magic immunity. But when you have the Bat Rider hold him through the magic immunity and then chain it into the Earthshaker spells, that's where the Lifestealer really gets finished. I might have problems putting out damage consistently, might get kited around.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely interesting. I mean, I'm kind of assuming here that Lifestealer might want to just run around a little bit, get infested into Void Spirit, and enter the fight that way, and maybe getting the pickoffs in the back line together with Void Spirit before they kind of engage in a team fight. I think that would be probably the way to go for them. They need to get that Earthshaker out of the way and that Bat Rider out of the way. I think when those two heroes are gone, then the team fight is going to be definitely relatively easy for them.
Well, I think that's a very good point. Looking for nice snappy play, probably get an early Blink Dagger on the Mars, rather than say the Yule Scepter or the Armlet, and just take the fight to the enemy, deal with the Earthshaker before he gets that Blink Dagger, before the Wraith King gets the Armlet, before the Weaver gets the Active Scepter. I don't want to say that they're necessarily on a bit of a timer, because King of Kings, no matter what, they've got this amazing wombo combo team fight, so it's hard to discount them in the later stage of the game. But generally speaking, I do think Hikori somewhat outscaled them. Although a lot of it does depend on what the Timbersoul is able to do in the early lanes. I'm wondering if you even go for some sort of lane swap, try and put the Timbersoul against the Mars in lane.
I mean, that might be. I mean, that's smart to really disrupt that Mars timing, because I'm kind of assuming that Hikori knows as well that the Mars is kind of the hero to disrupt mostly at the start of the game. So yeah, I'm also quite curious if they're gonna do that or if they're just gonna go for standard lanes here that we assumed earlier.
Now, you always have to pay attention to these early tips, against these teams that play against each other so much. Is there some form of hidden meaning? In any case, we'll see who gets the advantage when it comes to these early vision placements. Mini just testing the waters there doesn't get any useful information because he knows that the Weaver is on top of him anyway, so no point testing for vision the enemy is.
We're getting some vision there on middle. He has all the wards here, so this Weaver's just going to go around, create a lot of vision here, and just make sure that they kind of secure that early game that they are going to have to secure, really. D-ward coming in right away, though, from this Rubik, kind of taunting with that animation cancel there.
Yeah, should be able to get the corresponding D-ward on the other side of things once Verdict comes back around from, not sure what they're trying to achieve there fighting on that room, but takes a bit of a trade, should be able to get the D-ward on both sides, so both of our mid laners going to be playing without vision. And whether that means no rune control as well, we'll have to see in the future. Rune control for any bottle and bottle matchup is obviously going to be huge.
2 for 2 on the bounty runes there. And a few clicks there on that Timber Saw. Generally speaking, nothing major going on. But a lot more vision on middle on the side of Hikori, which is going to be very beneficial to them.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the ward is still standing there for King of Kings, because quite clearly it was getting pinged out here. Sentry, not going to be able to catch out Gardic, but it does take him quite low.
Weaver is potentially going to die here, though. He's really hit into a corner here by this Mars. Is he going to be able to... No, not quite. He doesn't have Spear. Oh, but he does die here by the tower. Kind of assuming that was on purpose.
Yeah, come back into lane full health, full mana.
Exactly.
It's a similar situation to the last time around, where it's like, oh, you have a salve, you could use it for yourself. Might as well save it for your position 1. Yeah, pretty much act as a courier here.
This Void Spirit taking a lot of sticky napalm stacks there. Bat Rider being very brave. Kind of walking up the high ground there. Wonder how that matchup is gonna play out.
I don't
Earthshaker?
expect to see any kills here. It's hard for Void Spirit to get aggressive, at least before level 6. And on the side of the Bat Rider, giving over so many stick charges. Look at that, 18 stick charges on the Void Spirit. He's not dying anytime.
Oh, and 20. That's max stick charges there. He's gonna be just fine. 2 tower hits tanked here on this Bat Rider, though. That's quite a little bit of damage. Probably gonna try to lure this.
Is lurking around, but I don't see what you can really do as a level 1 Elder Titan. Just gonna be controlling the runes of it, which is pretty nice. They are gonna turn around for the kill.
He just doesn't do enough damage, though, and he's gonna get stunned here by Earthshaker, who was also hanging around. So generally speaking, not much is gonna happen there. Water Rune gets taken by Serm. So that is one that is definitely denied from this Bat Rider. But yeah, that didn't quite do a lot. Now both of those supports are gonna head top. Both of them gonna see what they can do right there. This Elder Titan is just gonna be quite a little bit of an annoyance here. Sending a spirit under the tower. And a stun on this Rubik. Not really a lot happening though. But
Yeah,
Mars
honestly
gets
feels
stuck
like this
here.
is more of a...
Oh,
Oh god,
and a
what
pause.
awkward timing.
Yeah,
It feels like
absolutely.
this is more of a I don't want to be in the bottom lane sharing EXP and I can't do anything there. Might as well head top, and
Yeah,
thanks to that we have this awkward bit of action going on.
absolutely. This Mars got body blocked for a second there. Is already quite tanky though. And he's eating a tango as well. Got a lot of health regen going on. Earthshaker and Elder Titan are doing this Scooby-Doo thing. They're just running after each other, both kind of going to the same place. Elder Titan coming here with this high five thing as well, kind of taunting him there. And Earthshaker just seems to kind of be thinking about what to do right now. He's a little bit lost, it seems.
Yeah, getting some stacks going is never terrible, but as the Earthshaker, at most you're only stacking 2 camps. And even then the timing is a bit difficult.
Engagement on Rubik here, stun coming in by this Wraith King. Weaver doing some quick damage as well, bugs on him, and this Rubik is gonna die to this Weaver. So that's a kill on the side of Okori. That's 3
Finally
heroes
getting
now.
something done here on the ES. Very important to get early levels on the hero, but honestly he's not getting much of that either. Still stuck at level 1.
So is Elder Titan though. Both of those heroes still in a bit of an awkward situation. Bat Rider is a little bit low, but what can you really do, you know? Not a lot right now as a level 1 Elder Titan. And right now, stun coming in here, blocking this Void Spirit from taking that Water Rune, protecting it for his Bat Rider to fill up his bottle a little bit. And
Yeah, again, any bottle and bottle matchup gonna be pretty important. I do like the usage of that glyph though, making sure that the sunlight doesn't take out the creeps. Who's looking to bully a bit now that he has the extra bottle charge. Water room.
top lane seems to be kind of taken over now by APU King of Kings. This Weaver taking a lot of damage and the Spear just about missing though. Weaver manages to get out safely. This Wraith King not gonna really be able to do a lot versus him. Has some chainmail. He's just a big strength tanky boy there. Not the easiest kill.
Yeah.
Earthshaker.
Compared to last game, at this point, I think we got like 6 or 7 kills. So far, it's
Yeah.
just 2 kills on the board.
Bit
That could be
boring compared
changing
to
pretty
last
soon.
game. Oh, Earthshaker coming in top there. They're going on this Rubik. Weaver's getting low, the Wraith King as well. Earthshaker TP's in, but doesn't really manage to do a lot there. This Weaver, however, ooh, Spear just about misses him. And he's gonna try to get out, but he dies because of Rubik there. And meanwhile, on middle, Void Spirit has died as well to this Bat Rider. Earthshaker just TP'd in, but he couldn't quite contribute there. Level 4 on Elder Titan right now, so he's definitely getting XP, but only level 2 on this Earthshaker, running around with just boots. Decides to get some stacks going though. So he's doing things. That's good.
Yeah, but this is so awkward as the Earthshaker. You can only stack 1 camp reliably at a time compared to the Elder Titan, so... Yeah, it's just not quite the same utility, but...
engagement here on this Void Spirit here by Batrider. Manages to grab him. He is slowed, he is stunned as well by Earthshaker, who is in the right place at the right time right now, but he gets stomped here by this Elder Titan. Is Void Spirit going to be able to get out? Weaver is definitely trying to get him here, but Weaver is also getting quite low running under this tower. He dies for it, he tries to get that kill, but he just goes a little bit too far there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was kind of surprised at the first death on the Void Spirit anyway. I don't expect him to be going down that easily, especially once he has all his Dazzle Step cards. In fact, getting aggressive himself.
Playing a little game of chicken here, it seems, on middle. With this Batrider. No, doesn't quite do anything. This Rubik's gonna stick around middle, though, a little bit. Elder Titan is quite close here as well. Elder Titan getting some big stacks going on. Definitely being super useful here in creating that farm for his cores.
And I was able to soak up a fair bit of EXP mid, and that honestly seems to be the biggest difference between both these teams now, is the position 4 is what they've been able to achieve and what they're going to be able to achieve later on into the game.
Sun coming in on this Void Spirit. This Aeroshaker's just in such an awkward position right now, you know, he's only level 2, he keeps trying though, you know, he keeps trying, but he's just kind of a slow, bulky hero, and he's just running after the facts at this point. Elder Titan though. Ooh, he is gonna take a lot of damage here from this Batrider. He tries to stomp, but he gets stunned right in the middle of it and dies here by this Weaver. Mars coming in with his ultimate though, and Batrider is gonna go down for this. Void Spirit is here as well, trying to get some damage on the Weaver. Decides to run away though, because he's getting quite low. That's a 1-for-1, but Batrider dies to his mid, and of course Elder Titan is merely sort of a position 4. So that is definitely in favor of APU King of Kings here. And Mars moving back top there.
Look at this massive stack starting to be taken. Probably want to give over some EXP to the Rubik as well. I'd be surprised if they don't have one of the supports hanging around there. But Hikori seem to know that this is going on. They want to try and contest the triangle.
3 people running into the triangle now, running after this Void Spirit. They know that there's a big stack there. It seems like they want to secure that area a little bit. Half a stomp coming in there on this Elder Titan. Mars is coming in here as well. Gets stunned here by Wraith King. Batrider gets pinned to the wall there. Void Spirit jumps in. Rubik is here and Elder Titan as well. Mars gets dragged away by Batrider. Everyone on the side of Hikori is kind of low, but doesn't quite die. This Void Spirit just in the middle of the fray right now, trying to take a little bit of the stack and get a kill as well. However, Wraith King has his ultimate ready. Gets massively slowed on this Void Spirit here. Tries to get out there. A lot of stacks of sticky napalm. He's got the urn on him as well. Another stun coming in from this Wraith King, and a big crit right to the face for him. Rubik is still here, but Hikori has to try and get out. Weaver runs out as well.
And a lot of the creeps did die, but the big ones, they are still there. They're going to be regenning up thanks to the Stater Tormentor. All 4 of the big creeps are actually still alive, so all of that, a lot of cooldowns being traded. Hard to say who it really favors. A lot of the cores did go down. I think a lot of it's going to come down to whether King of Kings can actually punish the Wraith King while he still has Reincarnation on cooldown. They're going to have the Mars ultimate as well. This is what we really expect from them going into the draft. I want to see them take the fight, of course.
Lifestealer, Timbersaw, just kind of been hanging about bottom lane this whole time. Both of them getting some last hits. Timbersaw winning here in the net worth game. But he can't quite stop this Lifestealer, but Lifestealer can't quite stop him either. It seems like maybe one of the teams wants to start doing something about this, and it seems like Hikori does want to do something about this because Wraith King is coming in here. Is he going to be able to stun? Is he going to be able to get in range? Not quite, but they're going to do a lot of damage to this creep wave, and they're going to try and get this tower while Lifestealer TP's out and Rubik TP's in.
That was
Rubik
very
with
awkward.
the
One
Firefly.
out, one in. I really feel like they could have pulled this. But, you know, it's more about the trade, seemingly, for King of Kings. I'd like to see them go for a kill while Yuma's still waiting on the reincarnation. But now he's even got the armlet on top of things. So, you know, perhaps a bit of an opportunity missed. But soon that reincarnation will be coming back. So in a minute, I'll see if they can get going on the win.
Elder Titan stomping middle there, just taking a little bit of farm. Elder Titan going for the Veil as his next item. Ryder meanwhile queuing up his BKB. Definitely necessary here. He drags away this Elder Titan right into the creep wave. And Elder Titan dies for that. Weaver was just there as a little bit of a backup. Wasn't quite needed, but he was there just in case. Timbersaw going on this Rubik in jungle. Rubik is in quite a bit of trouble here because Wraith King is there as well. Is he gonna die for this? Yes, he is. Absolutely gonna die for that. That Timber Chain and just one big click to the face is gonna be enough to kill him there. While Wraith King is just farming this bottom wave and putting a lot of pressure there. Earthshaker meanwhile dies here by the Mars. Did you catch that? Because
No,
I didn't.
I did not. Really not having a good time on this Earthshaker. That Blink Dagger
No.
gonna be delayed. Honestly, all of the supports feel a bit underleveled. Even Gardic
Yeah.
on the Weaver did have a good couple of early deaths, not even level 6 just yet. That limits what you can do in these team fights. You often want to be chasing down kills very aggressively, but because he doesn't have level 6, that's harder for that to happen. Shikuchi gets stolen, so Gardic, he might be in some trouble. And again, just not having the ultimate, he does get a courier for his troubles, but will end up going down all the same.
That's another kill on this Void Spirit. Meanwhile, net worth chart looking pretty good for the side of Okori with this Wraith King. Obviously, just a good farming hero. Right after that, followed by this Mars and then Void Spirit. Lifestealer, not doing too hot, but Lifestealer right now is just not farming too fast. Kind of, what is he going for? He's going for that Desolator as his next item right now.
Pretty much mirrored builds coming out from both of our position one. I don't think either hero necessarily outscales the other, but I do feel like the late game is somewhat better for Okori as an overall lineup. I feel like the supports especially can get a lot done, which they're not currently doing, because they're just so underfarmed, so underleveled. But we are getting close to that Blink Dagger, another 500 or so gold for Elmisho, and once that happens, things really start heating up for them. Whereas King of Kings, Mars Ultimate, not nearly as dependent on Blink Dagger, would like to see them try and force fights.
Looks like a fight is gonna happen here around the Roche pit. This Mars pinned this Timbersaw right to the wall with 3 heroes surrounding him. Stomp coming in as well. Void Spirit has a double damage, so he does a lot of damage, but oh my god, that Mars ult just about misses all of the targets that he wanted to get, and Void Spirit tries to get out, gets stunned, but manages to dodge it right in time. This pin here on this Bat Rider to the tree by Mars. Mars really just trying to prevent them from taking a fight here. And Bat Rider basically marking his territory there on the mid tower. And now they're all kind of hanging around middle. Still double damage, a little bit of double damage on this Void Spirit. Timbersaw runs in though, Void Spirit runs in after him. Middle tower goes down, but it seems like King of Kings does want to go for that fight there because Lifestealer is coming in. And Timbersaw meanwhile in the back line trying to do some damage. Nobody quite dying though, but a Stomp coming in there, disrupting that TP. Mars down, Weaver manages to ult, and Void Spirit gets killed as well. So many stuns going on, so many slows, so much damage, and Rubik also manages to die, trying to get away from this Bat Rider. That is 3 people down on the side of King of Kings, which is very, very good for Hokori here.
Yeah, I was saying I want King of Kings to try and go for a fight. So much hesitation there. Committing onto arguably the worst target, the Timbersaw. If you don't manage to kill him, he's pretty much gonna be impossible to kill later on. They weren't willing to commit the Mars Ultimate, which I really think they should have. Get that first damage out, you get the magic damage there. Take down the Timbersaw, it's a completely different fight. Instead, the fight goes long, Timbersaw gets his stacks, they're unable to finish off any of the kills. And, you know, once the Wraith King TP's in, with his ultimate, it's just so hard for you to get something done. Last time around, it was Hokori felt like they couldn't really hit their timings. This time, it seems to be a few King of Kings who are having that problem. Hokori, they're just getting away with murder, not getting punished for any of their moves.
Yeah, it really does seem like Hokori's game at the moment, at least. You know, it looks like they are having just a really really good game. Seems like they are definitely in it, and Mars coming in with the ultimate. Meanwhile, middle, they really want to get that bat right. He gets pinned to the wall and he dies here with a lot of damage coming in from Void Spirit as well. Mars tries to get out. Will he be able to? Not quite, because it's Earthshaker coming in with that Echo Slam on two people, killing this Mars and really trying to go for this Void Spirit as well. Wraith King running in too, getting that stun down and that big crit right in the face. Void Spirit dies for that. And that is a lot of pressure here coming in now on mid lane. This Earthshaker on the high ground here. They're trying to go for this Elder Titan as well. He gets stunned, but he just gets stunned on the wrong way of the wall, so he's not quite going to die for this. But they will be able to do some damage to the mid tower here. Rubik steals Chakram to destroy that wave, which is definitely a very good move. And mid tower is going to be fine for now.
Yeah, APU might have missed their timing, but Hokori certainly hit theirs. They've got the Blink Dagger now up on the Earthshaker. Your Timbersaw is tanking up. Your Batrider with the BOTs should be able to get a lot done once it gets the BKB. What we saw there, you know, you go in, take a lot of damage for it, that's just not going to happen. And now that they've got pretty much all the core items on the Wraith King, once he gets that Blink Dagger, it's just going to be so much, I mean, let's call it Davai power on Hokori. But this is nice, actually. Taking down the Weaver. They know the Echo Slam is down. APU King of Kings, they're gonna be going for the smoke up. They've got the Mars Arena in just a second. Like to see them be a lot more decisive about who they go on.
Yeah, feels a little bit awkward right now.
Yeah, certainly missing the stun on the Mars does not help. And what now?
Stun coming in on the Void Spirit here on middle. He gets just stunned here and clicked by this Wraith King. He is going to keep chasing though. Another stun coming in, and that is just him being very, very dead. This Wraith King is just getting so strong. He's top of the net worth chart with 10k net worth. He's hitting his item timings. He almost has his Blink Dagger as well, which makes him even more lethal because he's just going to blink in and he's just going to crit you.
Going to be starting up in the mid lane. The stolen Chakram actually from the Rubik does get the job done. And you know, it turns out that hitting your spear on the Mars is actually pretty good for killing.
Who knew? Who would have thought?
But we're about to go right back the other way. There's a smoke available, and then on Emisho, got that Echo Slam in just a second. Who's probably going to push out the wave, and then they're going to be going for that big smoke up.
They see that Lifestealer top, and it seems to want to do something with that. Batrider just running in middle here and dragging this Elder Titan right through the Firefly. But he gets pinned. Elder Titan goes down though. The rest of the team jumps in. Mars gets killed for this as well. That's two people down on the side of APU King of Kings. That is very good. What do they want to do? They want to go for Roshan here? They might want to do that. Void Spirit is running after them though. They find Wraith King. But the Echo Slam coming in here on this Void Spirit. Lifestealer is inside the Void Spirit though. Does have a little bit of damage and tries to do something there. Kind of awkwardly runs around. Can't quite focus on the target here, but decides to go for Timbersaw while Void Spirit desperately tries to run away from the rest of the team. Doesn't quite get things done. Wasn't quite sure, it seemed, who he should hit and what he should be doing. Causing Void Spirit to die there and not really getting much in return for it. Earthshaker is down though. Echo Slam is also down.
Yeah, interesting that King of Kings went for that one. Two of their heroes were dead. Ends up being okay. They get the Echo Slam, and we'll see what they can do with it. They don't have the best heroes when it comes to taking Roshan, even with the Desolator on the Lifestealer. But if they aren't able to get anything done, then again, it's going to be Tori waiting for their cooldowns. They're going to go again. I don't know.
Have a look at
King of Kings fundamentally, just in that core on core matchup, position 1 versus position 1, they seem to be falling behind. And that eventually what it's going to come down, eventually it's going to be Hokori and APU both using all of their big ultimates, A lot of people will die, but not the position ones, and then it's kind of gonna come down to the position one versus position one, the meat bag on meat bag fight.
Meat bag on meat. That sounds horrible. That sounds disgusting. I see that Wraith King is building his AC right now. Mars is gonna go for a BKB. Definitely needed. Aether Lens coming in on Bat Rider at some point. So that is also pretty good. Be able to throw his spells from a longer distance. There. Also, I saw them type in chat that neutral bug. Have you had that before?
Neutral bug? No, I don't think.
It's a really fun one. One of my friends has it a lot. It means that when you open the neutral stash, your game crashes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that neutral is pretty much an indispensable part of the game now, that does
it's
not
fun.
sound good.
Yeah, we had to like grab neutrals for my friend and then just walk them to him.
Well, I mean, passing neutrals along did get a buff a while ago. Like you no longer have to be in melee range to pass items over.
Yeah, but it's a very interesting bug anyway that has not been fixed yet apparently. So you know, very
Game's still in beta.
very interesting. Yeah. Mars is gonna go for this lane here. And Void Spirit tipping in as well. They see Earthshaker, they're gonna go for him, they're gonna pin him to a tree. Void Spirit coming in as well to get that damage in, and Earthshaker dies for that. That is a kill for Void Spirit, which is very, very good. Bat Rider and Weaver slowly making their way there as well, but so is Elder Titan, Wraith King tipping in. That's 3 for 3 here on the top lane. Are they gonna go for something?
Now they can't go for Roshan, so it makes sense to try and go for another pick.
BKB popped on this Bat Rider. Wraith King jumps in, gets a stun, but doesn't quite do much with it. This Elder Titan gets called out though by this Bat Rider, dies for it. Wraith King still chasing, kind of gives up here though. He's getting engaged on by this Void Spirit, but manages to run out. They're doing a little bit of a dance around each other right now. Elder Titan down on the side of APU King of Kings. Echo Slam is also not up yet. So if they want to make a move, this might be the time. Not sure if they're aware of that.
Yeah, a bit awkward. Neither team can go into Roshan themselves.
Ooh, Wraith King gets caught out here and he gets a lot of damage. Dies, but obviously still has his ultimate, so a big slow coming in. Lifestealer meanwhile jumping in as well. Clicking this Earthshaker and gonna get him. It doesn't matter if he has Echo Slam or not, because he is dead. This Wraith King jumping in for this Mars, clicking him, just blink, stunning, and then a crit coming in, and Void Spirit getting caught by this Bat Rider. But Lifestealer jumps out though and manages to do a lot of damage, but is it enough? It's definitely enough to kill this Bat Rider and not allow him to TP out here. That's only Lifestealer up though on the side of APU King of Kings, so if there ever was a Roshan moment, it would be this moment, and it does seem like they're gonna want to go for that with this Wraith King. He has a lot of crit, he has lifesteal, he's gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, the minus armor from the bug and the Desolator, that's obviously going to be great against Roshan. And it did sort of come down to the farm in the end. The Lifestealer, just in that heads-up matchup, after it was all done, after all the cooldowns were expanded, he just couldn't sit and fight there against the Wraith King, even the Wraith King only had 1 life.
That is another death on this Elder Titan here by Wraith King. Wraith King is just going a little bit out of control right now. It's still top of net worth chart. Lifestealer is kind of climbing though, so he's really trying his best here. You know, game is far from over, but it's not looking so good for APU King of Kings.
Yeah, only a 5k advantage, but the Aegis triple lives there for Hikori available in their position. One is obviously going to be strong.
Weaver caught here in the bottom lane. Mars and Void Spirit just absolutely clapping him right there, pinned to a tree.
Yeah, that is pretty important because they didn't use the Arena of Blood. If they use the Arena, Hikori will be very happy to fight into that. They're still going to try it, going with only 4 heroes, fighting into a team with pretty much all of their ultimates available. Could be a mistake, we'll see what happens.
Risky play, see if it pays off. Timbersaw found Elder Titan. And Rubik has been found as well. Mars ulti coming in, but it's really to protect himself. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, though, because there's 3 heroes surrounding him, 4 heroes surrounding his arena. And Timbersaw eventually managing to hook to that one little tree there and getting that kill on Mars. That was
really
not
like,
the engage that they wanted on the side of King of Kings.
That was not what they were expecting. That was not what I was expecting, and perhaps precisely because of that, that's why Hikori went for the play. Honestly, playing a bit of mind games there. You know, we lose one hero, fine. We're gonna smoke up. He wasn't that important anyway.
Echo Slam is up. Aegis is also still up for at least another 3 minutes. So Wraith King still walking around with 3 lives right now.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you just ignore the Wraith King. You try and go for the backline, but eventually you will have to deal with him, and that's where the farm between the position ones really does matter. Interesting that Benny ended up going for the Lincoln Spear. The main spell that it blocks out is, of course, that lasso, but it doesn't give you too much in ways of direct combat. I'd much rather see something like a Lotus Orb coming out on the Mars, giving him that protection, and instead of Lincolns, he goes for a more fighting type item.
Yeah, I guess it's some HP regen, etc. But I don't think they really want to be extending their fights.
Yeah, and on the other side, just pure damage coming out here from our Wraith King. Already has that full AC. That's going to be great when it comes to dealing physical damage, including to these towers. This tower is absolutely going to melt, even if King of Kings come back to defend. And I'm honestly not too sure if they can take the fight against the Wraith King in the front line. They need to loop around, get onto the squishy backliners, the Earthshaker especially, if at all possible.
This Wraith King is going to lose his first life here standing on the high ground, but the rest of his team is there as well. Lifestealer gonna walk out here. Wraith King stuck in the arena. Is he gonna die a second time? That's a lot of damage coming in there, but he toggles his armlet there. Dies for the second time though. He doesn't have, he has 1 more life left. Are they gonna be able to take that as well? Not quite sure. Mars has died.
They do have buyback
Echo
available
Slam
on the Mars, even if he doesn't have his ultimate. But Hikori, they're going to do the smart thing. You used all of your second and third chances on the Wraith and back off. Got a fair bit of damage out onto the tier 3. You got the glyph. On the other hand, though, I think you can be happy with that for King of Kings. I really thought they wouldn't be able to get so much done.
Weaver again caught out here in this bottom lane.
I mean, that is what? 7 deaths on the Weaver, not ideal. Honestly, his game impact hasn't been great considering that was the first pick. But subsequent kills could be more important.
And as the whole enemy team is pretty much there to deal with that. It's 4 people there on top of him. Lifestealer, oh my god, that is so close. Lifestealer clicked him. Earthshaker, that wasn't the best wall there, but it manages to work out anyway. And this Rubik tried to TP out, but got absolutely critted here by this Wraith King as well.
And Wraith King, he's got his ultimate backup reincarnation when it's maxed out on cooldowns. I think they can get right back to it. Maybe not necessarily siege high ground, but just play aggressively on the enemy side of the map. Go for a pick off or 2.
They see Mars, they see Mars. Nope, not quite. Mars has fast fingers. Blinks out.
Well, what is our Weaver building towards? Finally has the Agnum Scepter. I mean, that was why he was down by himself bottom lane the entire time. Took a couple of deaths for it, just so he could build up that farm. Now that the axe is available, I really do not see how they're going to deal with the Wraith King. Could go down before that axe comes into play, however.
Weaver dead again here in the bottom lane, again by this Void Spirit. The same thing just happening over and over again, it seems. Arena coming in here and taking out this Bat Rider with that. That is Arena down, but Bat Rider down as well, which is definitely a decent trade.
Alright, it's time for some textbook due diligence. APU, I should take the chance to set up some vision. I'm not too sure they could go for more kills, but definitely clear out the enemy vision, which is exactly what they're doing.
Earthshaker spots this Mars, but doesn't really want to go for it. Nah. A little bit too dangerous there, a little bit too far in. Yeah, Weaver with that upgraded time lapse should be very interesting to watch. And I think that might have settled APU King of Kings' fate a little bit there.
Yeah, with the BKB on the Wraith King as well.
Timbersaw getting caught out here on middle. It's gonna be time lapse right away, so he's full HP again, and try getting him low again. I dare you. This Wraith King slowly running after this Rubik. He gets stunned behind that wall and manages to get him. So that's Rubik down. They're gonna go for Mars, but Mars TP's out. Manages to get out there. That's only a Rubik down. I mean, it is a pick off. Maybe they probably hoped for something more than that. But APU King of Kings is on their high ground. Seems like they are not really wanting to risk much, except for this Void Spirit running out. But you know, he's an agile hero. He'll probably be fine, right? Probably.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do though?
Support positioning gonna be the name of the game here. I like that they smoke up behind this.
Lead from this Elder Titan on their heroes, but it doesn't really do much. Just Bat Rider running around behind, just outside the base. Elder Titan's gonna be able to get out. Void Spirit grabbed by this Bat Rider, and the Echo Slam coming in as well, securing his fate. Wraith King getting quite low here, but time lapsed by this Weaver. Doesn't even have to use his ult. And they are going to be doing a lot of damage here to the racks. They're going to jump in towards their fountain, get all the kills here. Only Lifestealer is up, but maybe not for long because Wraith King is critting him so much. Lifestealer runs after this Timbersaw, but decides, no, it's probably not worth it. Runs back. Rubik buyback there. Has stolen Whirling Death. Probably not going to be able to do a lot with that. And Timbersaw, meanwhile, just standing in front of the fountain there. They're all clicking these tier 4 towers. Timbersaw is going to go for Lifestealer though, but I mean, what are you really going to do this as a Lifestealer? You know, you can be able to do a little bit of damage, but 3 of your heroes are still down. There's no buyback on them. Wraith King jumping in on this Lifestealer and the kill coming in on this Earthshaker as well. Gonna continue hitting tier 4 towers here. Siege creep as well here to help. Another time lapse coming in on this Wraith King. Oh, a lot of damage coming in though from this Elder Titan on that team. That was a lot, but just not quite enough to kill them, and a GG gets called by APU King of Kings.
When it came down to it, Hikori, their supports, they got their items, and it was pretty much impossible to deal with the core. It's the core and core matchup later on in every single fight. Our Lifestealer just got outmatched. And, you know, is it necessarily that they played bad? Is it necessarily a draft problem? Probably a combination of the two. I wasn't a huge fan of the Lifestealer, but I don't think it was necessarily a bad pick. But Hikori, once you get the Ags on the Weaver, it took him a very long time. He died so many times for it. So much utility coming out from him.
Absolutely, it was definitely a good game. I thought it was quite evenly matched at the start. Could have gone either way, but just Hikori I mean, they just played better, honestly. Like, they were making the moves that they needed to do to win this game. They realized the strength of their lineup, they realized the weaknesses of the enemy's lineup, and they just took that game quite convincingly. I love to see it. So that is 1-1 then for this one.
Now, of course, we do have another best of 2 lined up. That's going to be coming just a second right on time. It's going to be Infamous versus Balrogs Esport. That's going to be a pretty interesting one as well. Both of these teams, I mean, all of these teams are see. We'll be right back with that in just a second. And we are back with our second series of the day here in the Bitsler Cup. I'm Stinkypie, joined here by Sparks. We've got Balrogs Esports up against Infamous.U.
Yeah, it's. I think it's gonna be very interesting. Looking at kind of the standings, it seems that Infamous is definitely they're second right now, as opposed to Balrog, who is fifth. So, it seems like Infamous might be the better team here, but obviously, it doesn't say everything. I'm quite curious to see what Balrog Esports going to bring. I've seen Infamous before, as I've casted some of their other games, so I'm a little bit more familiar with them. Balrog Esports, that is going to be the first time for me seeing them, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's pretty obvious that Infamous have the advantage if you just look at all of the basic metrics. Infamous, they are a one team, whereas Balrogs two. But that doesn't mean everything. I do think it's be a challenge for Balrog, but especially if they can get a lot of those mid-game fights going. Both these teams, I expect their position 4s, their position 3s to be very active in this game. If they can get the upper hand with these skirmishes, they could definitely stand a good chance of taking it down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm quite curious what they're gonna bring. Obviously, it can go either way. I like the opening 2 picks of Infamous Esport. Obviously, they are quite meta picks. They are just generally good. Still love to see it though. Nyx Assassin, obviously a very versatile, good support. Gonna be able to scout out a lot of stuff happening in the enemy jungle, etc. Gonna be great. Queen of Pain, obviously just a very strong hero right now. I'm just gonna have a look. I'm pretty sure that Queen of Pain is just one of those heroes that gets played a lot by their mid. Not quite a lot. It's not one of his favorite heroes, but I'm sure he will be able to deal with that properly.
Showing the Queen of Pain early on at some point was sort of a bit of a weird thing. There's a lot of heroes that sort of counter the Queen of Pain, and one of them is the Puck. So I'm somewhat surprised that they didn't ban the Puck if they were going to first phase the Queen of Pain. A lot of interactions where the Puck is good against the Clop. You have the ability to dodge pretty much every single one of her spells with your phase shift. You have an active build silence, which is always great, and the leash coming out from the Dream Coil can be very powerful as well. But then again, it's such a classic matchup. Pretty much any Queen of Pain player knows how to play around that. A large part of it is going to be the early BKBs. Sanj and Kaya build that we see more often these days also helps in that extra status resistance. So this is nothing that Infamous are going to be surprised at.
Do you think there might be a small possibility that they're going to run Queen of Pain on the position 1, like we talked about earlier?
Yeah, definitely could be possible. I think it just depends on what the other lane matchups are. I think Queen of Pain into Puck honestly isn't terrible, even though I say, oh, it's Puck favored. It's not like the Queen of Pain you expect to die, especially if there are defense towards the east if a Dream Coil is ever used. So as long as you get rune control, well, you can quite easily rotate to the side lane. Leave Puck was advice.
Well, that makes sense. It's just you sounded quite convinced that that Puck was definitely going to take that mid lane win home, so I was a little bit worried. But yeah, obviously still might be able to go Quab mid. Kind of looking at Infamous position 1, doesn't really look like he plays Quab at all. Hasn't, at least in this tournament, etc. and for the recent games. So kind of just gonna assume here that that Queen of Pain is going to be middle.
Yeah, the Nyx Assassin has a pretty good time against the Puck too, generally speaking. So perhaps that was part of the plan. You pick the next Queen of Pain immediately. If they pick the Puck, at least you have a pretty nice counter there. Nyx, not every team plays it. The teams that do play it really like it, and showing it this early on denies a lot of picks. There's some heroes that you absolutely cannot play. Nyx Assassin going for the Hoodwink here.
Okay, I do like to see that actually. I think Hoodwink is a good fast hero. It looks like they're just going for this really fast, kind of like ganking, running lineup here on the side of Infamous Esport, which is something that is just a lot of fun to see.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying earlier, expecting a lot of those early skirmishes, threes, fours, probably going to be very active, and for both teams, like the mid lane, use that as well. And against the next assassin, it can be hard for a hero who just wants to sit back and chill and farm. It can be hard. A lot of vision, a lot of setup there. So wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of a fighting type hero come out for Balrogs.
Gonna look at the heroes that the position 1 on, because I'm kind of thinking about like what kind of farming hero they're gonna go on Balrogs Esport. Kind of looking at the stats here for their team. Seems like their position 1 really loves Spectre. A lot of Spectre, a lot of PL, Sven and Luna. Those are like the 4 most picked heroes on their position 1. Do you think we'll see one of those? I mean,
Spectre...
Sven, maybe.
The problem with the Sven against the next assassin, though, is it's pretty much guaranteed that the Sven with the cleave will get stunned by the characters. So they're gonna go with a much more aggressive lineup here. The Razor being picked up. Not great when it comes to just AFK farming. You can take large stacks pretty effectively with the maxed out plasma field, and you're not terrible against ancients either with the Eye of the Storm, but one of those heroes, especially if you have the buff of the Eye, you can just sit in the front lines, run at the enemy. So I do quite like this pickup. Balrogs going for a very active lineup. Every single one of their heroes can just run at you in the mid game. And for what it's worth, they also have a full-on blue lineup, so a lot of synergy going there, I suppose.
I love to see that. Unsurprisingly, I love blue as a color. Only unsurprisingly if you know what I look like, but still. Yeah, I mean, it seems like both are going to be going for a very active lineup. What you said before, early skirmishes, which is what we love to see. Hopefully, going to be looking a little bit like that game 1 of the previous series that we saw. You know, with that one lane just going absolutely ham with fights, because that's just what makes this game so exciting. So I'm really hoping that both of them are just going to absolutely go for it here.
And you mentioned the Phantom Lancer earlier as a possibility for Balrog. Phantom Lancer could be pretty good here for Infamous.U. Because a lot of the melee run-at-you heroes are sort of out against the Razor. You don't run into something like the Lifestealer Razor, but I do think Phantom Lancer really fit into that. There's not too much AoE damage other than maybe the puck. Generally speaking, once the skill gets up the item, gets that hard, you can ignore a puck damage.
Oh, Pango, okay. Looking at the Lumiere, the position 1 on the side of Infamous Esports, he is definitely known for picking Terrorblade and Troll. His Troll win rate is very, very high.
Yeah, I can see the Terrorblade working out. Razor doesn't do well, generally speaking, against blue heroes. Terrorblade is an exception.
10 seconds remaining.
Does seem to be that Infamous are expecting the Razor's
5
safe
seconds
lane,
remaining.
and they're going to be putting the Pangolier against the Razor just for the matchup where you can swashbuckle to break the static link. Yeah, we'll see what Infamous do for their position 1. Just with the current picks, I'm expecting it is still going to be the mid Queen of Pain. Looking for that pause 1. Probably going to be an illusion hero. I like the ban on the Morphling, actually. Morphling against the Razor matchup, very strong there. Pretty much impossible for the Razor to get then the static link off. And
DB
there's
ban?
that perp.
Yep. Alright, that's kind of expected then. I mean, it's quite known, I guess, that Lumiere plays a lot of Terrorblade, so that makes perfect sense. Really curious to see what they're going to go for as their last. What are they still looking for? They're looking for an offlaner?
Yeah, offlaner. And a lot of the popular offlaners have been taken out of the picture.
10 seconds
I see.
Mars is first banned, of course.
5 seconds remaining.
I think you're just looking for someone who can combine well with Green Coil, one setting up the other round.
Mm-hmm.
Who's still left in the pool?
Timber...
Definitely need something stun heavy because the Io and the Weaver don't offer anything. Centaur, perhaps? maybe an axe.
Slardar?
Yeah, the Slardar is something that they have picked.
Bloodseeker.
Hmm.
Okay.
Not too sure I like that actually. You
Why not?
combine well with the puck in some sense, and it's sort of that classic counter against the Pangolier. But in my opinion, doesn't do great against the Nyx Assassin because it's such a predictable spell to reflect the Carapace. Blood right, exactly what the time is there. If I'm not mistaken, still have the interaction with the Queen of Queen as well, where if the pop gets ruptured, if you time it well, you can actually blink max distance and not take any damage. Gonna be going with the Faceless Void. I was still expecting something along the lines of a hero, but Faceless Void, you get that mobility against the Razor, still you can break the static link, that's not bad. But against the Weaver, against the Io, these defensive support, it could be tricky later on. It really does depend on whether Balrogs mix it. However, if the supports don't get cooled, if they can get relocate out of that Chronosphere, if they can get the upgraded time lapse out of the Chronosphere. So, Balrogs, if they play it well, I think Lumiere can feel very silly in this game, but Lumiere, Chronos on the backline. Bad.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely still looks like run at each other lineups.
5 seconds
Void,
remaining.
I guess with a decent, like with the correct item build, can fight quite early from what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean, once upon a time, we saw a lot of battle theories. It's still a pretty popular pub build every now and then. But we tend to see the early Mask of Madness into Longlines and Maelstrom. Still get a farm, but it puts out a lot of damage into Chronosphere. I'm just thinking of the Battle Fury mostly because he's actually got the Battle Fury because medic equip.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even realize that he had a Battle Fury cosmetic, to be honest. So I was quite surprised by that. I love that. It's kind of like one of those things where, Axe has like a Blink Dagger cosmetic, and like Lycan has like a Necro Book cosmetic. I like those, little items that come back in those cosmetics. I don't know why. I
Yeah.
just think it's really nice.
Well, unfortunately, though, probably no Battle Fury for the Faceless Void.
Mhm.
This is one of those games, I think, where he's not pressured to join fights unless he has the Chronosphere, because the rest of his lineup, they can fight pretty much any time. Pangolier Ultimate Rolling Thunder is not that long of a cooldown. And the Queen of Pain, I suppose, Sonic Wave is a pretty long cooldown, but at the same time, the modern Stinkypie build, you're really not that dependent on relative damage.
I'm excited what they're gonna do, and I hope it's gonna be big fights all the time. Looks like it might happen that way. I'm especially actually curious about the Bloodseeker offlane. Because I know it was a thing quite a while ago, like with Gleipnir and that kind of stuff. I'm kind of assuming it's still going to be quite a similar type thing. But I'm just curious, maybe he's going to go something completely different. But I'm kind of assuming it's going to be something like that, right?
Stupid.
They are
Brave, but
definitely lacking
stupid.
lockdown on Balrogs.
Right.
Their only real setup is going to be that puck. Because otherwise, Razor, no CC. Both of the supports, no CC. It's really all up to that Bloodseeker, which I was somewhat surprised that they went to the Bloodseeker as that final pick.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely an interesting one. Definitely not the most common, not the most meta offlaner that is in the game. But obviously, we did see that a lot of those offlaners, good offlaners, got banned on both sides actually. So it's maybe it was a little bit of hey, what's left type of situation.
We'll see if there's any lane swap shenanigans. Doesn't seem to be the case in the expected position on the save lane, but I was more thinking about Balrog perhaps attempting to dodge the matchup of the Razor into the Pangolier, that flash up. That's strong, but it's kind of hard against the Faceless Void as well. And so
Yep.
time walk goes on, very long cooldown, can still play around that step.
That's 3 bounties on the side of Balrog, by the way, so that is off to a good start for them. No first bloods, no big skirmishes there. Yeah, I mean, Razor is one of those heroes. Just gonna throw a little bit of personal opinion in there. I love playing Razor, but his last hit animation and damage is so annoying, especially at the start. It's just so bad. And maybe that's just me. Being bad is very possible, but oh my gosh, I just hate that.
Well, Hero was pretty much designed to be fighting with that static link. Without it, your damage is pretty terrible. The animation is
Yeah.
interesting because technically there is still a projectile. It just doesn't look like it, so it's a bit misleading.
Yeah.
But if you get the Desolator, it actually does show you what the projectile timing is. It's not like you can farm with Desolator. And First Blood,
that's-
just like that. That was okay.
That was okay. That was kind of weird. That was very sudden and very strange. But
I mean, he was
all
just
right.
sitting
Yeah,
there,
okay.
trading hits, tried to tether away, and gets killed mid-tether.
A little bit awkward, but Boots delivery service though. Razor's already gaining a little bit of his speed. This IO is just super aggressive, getting some clicks in on this hoodwink. A little bit of a taunt going on. Very cute, very cute. All in all, not a lot more going on there.
And
Puck
top lane.
is doing. Oh, top lane something.
No, just saying, expecting to have a hard time on
Yeah.
Draken. Every single time he uses the Blood Right, it's gonna get reflected by the next Carapace. So, gonna be stunned every single time, gonna be taking some damage every single time.
Stun coming in here on the Weaver. Bug versus bug action here. Stun coming in on the. Another stun on the Weaver. Doesn't quite do much. Self had to be popped though. Courier down there. Courier sniping here on this Weaver. Always very annoying. That's why Weaver and Bounty Hunter and such heroes are just the worst.
Yeah, and honestly, I like the comparison with the Bounty Hunter. You do a lot in the lane, you do a lot in the early game. Whether or not you can scale later on depends on what happens in the game fight. I really think that's where the game's going to be decided.
Wink running into jungle. Razor running after it. I mean, you're not really going to be able to catch that, right? I think you're kind of wasting time here, I think, Razor. Or what's happening? Hoodwink wants to go for the courier. Doesn't quite get it there. A little bit too slow. Doesn't have boots yet here. Io has found Hoodwink, but gets shackled to a tree here. Overcharged and goes right back to the safety of his Razor. Spango is taking quite a bit of damage. Not quite enough to really do much though, but this Razor is quite far forward.
On top lane, they are able to trade 1-for-1. Bash coming in from here at just the right time.
Little bug situation there. Middle seems to be oh, this really seems to be Quop's game here. Quop, regarding last hits and denies, is doing much better than this Puck actually against you know, against the odds of the draft basically. So that is interesting to see. Another courier snipe there on that Hoodwink.
Bad game to be a
Clicking this
courier.
IO.
我不理解。
I do have to agree with you. The Puck picked to deal with that Queen of Pain actually losing in the lane. No, effect, great, but it's not like you expect to see kills. Level 6 we're probably gonna see rotations, but not instantly right out to the side lane.
Weaver engaging here on this Nyx Assassin, but just to do a little bit of annoyance damage, just to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm here and I'm annoying, and he manages to send just that message.
But all that matters for Infamous is that your Void gets the farm, gets the levels. Once you hit that sort of basic set
Ooh,
of
Weaver
items,
getting
get
engaged
that
on
fast
there
path.
though by this Void and this Nyx. Sorry to interrupt you there. I really thought Nyx was gonna, Weaver was gonna die, but nah. Weaver's fine. He runs away. He salves, and he's just gonna keep hanging out there though. Look at him taunting. Look at him killing that courier. They must
Terrible
be so
game
done
to be
with
a
this.
courier.
Yeah. What a terrible day to be a courier
Ooh,
right now.
Time dilation, that could actually do something here.
Oh, this Weaver's gonna be taking a lot. He's gonna try to go for the deny, but doesn't quite manage to do that. Tip coming in on this Weaver. This Void was probably so incredibly dumb with this Weaver. He's like, you know what, I killed you. Tip coming out, you know, just absolutely... Well, I was gonna say absolutely tilted. Probably not that tilted, but definitely annoyed, for sure.
He's having a pretty good time in the CS regardless. Actually top of CS right now. A bit of an interesting interaction there, actually trying to deny as the Weaver can be difficult when you have the bugs out, because the bugs have the highest attack priority of pretty much any other unit, higher than any creep, so they're always, neutrals always going to be attacking the bugs instead of attacking the Weaver, so kind of hard to deny in that situation.
Interesting, I did not know that, but it does make sense, to be honest, so nice, that's interesting info to know. Io meanwhile going for this bounty hunter and pinging this huge stack. Is that a triple stack? Yes, that's a triple stack there. Io pinging it out. He's like, come on, Razor. You know, we should probably take that at some point. They are gonna dive? No, they're not. Queen of Pain coming in though. He really wants to go for the kill here on this Razor. Io is body blocking. Io is completely body blocking and just really being an annoyance, and then just jumping back to the Razor. That was well played. Well played by this Io here. Just effectively blocking this this rotation from Queen of Pain, and meanwhile Hoodwink stacking it another time. That's a quadruple stack, and Quop just really needs to start taking this. Exactly, she is taking this because otherwise Razor, Io will come in to do it for them. That's going to be a lot of farm here on Quop. Going to commit ult for that as well. Weaver running in just to get a few of them. Not sure if he really did get any, but Quop might actually die for that. Weaver scouted her out, and Puck came in as well. Ult's committed here on this Pango as well. He's going to try to go for this Io. Io manages to not quite dodge him. Still okay. Is he going to be able to go to that Razor, get out? Not quite, because the shield crash kills him. That's 2 people down for Infamous. And a big stack farmed for this Quop, despite her dying. Absolutely, what are you gonna do without ultimate? So much damage. I get that she committed though. Puck! Oh my god, Puck managed to dodge that Hoodwink ability, but gets caught here in the Chrono nonetheless. But Void might die for this, manages to just time walk away, but dies here because of this Bloodseeker. And his courier dies as well. Next.
No blood for you.
Hoodwink. Hoodwink dead here. Pango another ult coming in now. Is he gonna be able to do something with it? The stupid brave but stupid from this Io. Absolute BM here towards that Pango. His ult didn't really amount to much, but to be honest, I mean his ult doesn't have that much of a cooldown, so it's, you know, it's kind of whatever, right? Ult committed on Razor to farm a few smaller stacks in the jungle there. And Pango, Hoodwink in bottom lane still. Nobody really defending that. I'm probably gonna go for a little bit of a trade here, it seems, because Balrogs is getting the top one. But Pango is only by himself though. He's not gonna be able to do too much damage. Doesn't seem like either of the teams want to protect their tier 1 towers. It's just gonna be looking like a little bit of a trade there. Nyx Assassin hanging around though, but deciding not to do much there. A little bit too risky. He knows the tower is going to go down. There's nobody else to back him up, so that's it for that tower. And bottom, the trade happening here.
Yeah, this is all pretty standard these days. Seeing the trade, losing your tier 1 tower, safe lane, especially for Radiant.
Radiant structures.
That's not the Roshan active tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Means
attack.
that the creeps push in. Or can be easier for you to farm at that.
Weaver scouted out this Faceless Void, but gets stunned here by Nyx. He gets scouted out by this Nyx. Ult coming in here by Bloodseeker on this Faceless Void though, and he dies for that. Bloodseeker running after this Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin doesn't have his spiked carapace, dies for that. That's 2 kills on Bloodseeker. That's a carry in position 4 down. Pretty good.
I was not expecting the Bloodseeker to have a very good game, but he is now top of net worth.
Popping off. Popping off here.
Is under attack.
I'll see what item build he goes for. It is going to be that Athos, seated just there, and a very necessary item.
Absolutely, just ensuring that little bit of a catch that they are lacking. They seem to have taken over this jungle quite a bit. This Bloodseeker is just very far ahead. He's just absolutely going to go for this Faceless Void. He manages to Athos him and to also silence him to make sure he doesn't jump out. Is he going to be able to click him to death? Absolutely he is, with the help of this IO. They are just rotating for this Faceless Void. They are not letting this man farm. They are not having it.
This is what we want to see. A lot of mid-game action.
Absolutely. Weaver getting chased again. Now he's going to be able to get out. A ward here for Infamous in the bottom jungle. They want to secure this area.
Burner is still farming, as opposed to...
Scouted him out.
He's dead, but they're going for him now.
Ult coming in on Pango. Just rolling him over. That's 3 people versus 1. Io just came in to try and help.
Stupid.
Gonna be gone in
Brave, but
a little bit though. It's gonna be perfectly fine. All 3 of them managed to get out, it seems, and they got that position 1 kill. So that's very, very good for them.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Balrogs still, I think, are on a bit of a timer. So, slowing down the Razor farm, he's going for the BKB first, which I quite like. Probably just going to be one of those BKB, maybe not straight into Refresher, but a fairly early Refresher at some point. And really just run down these towers.
See that is Void gonna go for? Who's gonna go for Manta? Quite normal. I see that Pango obviously gonna go for his Blink. Decided to go Arcane Boots, Vanguard, and then a Plate Mill to build towards his Lotus Orb, and then Blink, which is definitely always a pretty good item. I like to see a lot of Blink pickups.
Yeah, especially when your team has that much mobility, you blink in. Sometimes you're worried about your team not being able to follow up. You have a qual.
Oh,
And the
Bug v Bug. Bug v Bug in jungle here. Spiked Carapace popped versus that Shukuchi, but he gets earned here. No, not even earned. Spirit Vesseled here, but Hoodwink is here to save him. Spiked Carapace on this Bloodseeker. Oh my god, that is such a well-timed ult and a Rupture coming in on Queen of Pain. She's going to be able to be fine. Spiked Carapace here to stun this puck. He knows he's going to go down though, but he wants to definitely do a little bit of annoying / damage. Can't quite get a kill out of that.
Yeah, that was the Queen of Pain Rupture interaction. Strange thing, but mid lane.
Pango, is he gonna go down here? He gets silenced for sure, but Queen of Pain is coming in as well. This puck is a little bit lower level than this Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain definitely dominated that mid lane quite a lot, actually. They're just kind of hanging around middle now, nothing really going on, just kind of preventing pickoffs from happening. It seems like they want to scout someone out. This Weaver, is he going to be able to scout out this Queen of Pain? I mean, what are you even going to do when you do? I'm not quite sure. Nyx Assassin found Razor. Io is here though. And Weaver as well.
They're just waiting for their key items. Probably gonna need the Blink Dagger on the Puck, BKB on the Razor. Actually, the BKB is completed. So I think they can start trying to run down these towers. Maybe go for a setup on the other side of the map and use the relocate just like this.
a leash coming in on this Pango as well. He got ruptured. He tried to get out with his ultimate, but it didn't quite work out that way. And they're gonna want to try to do a little bit of damage to this middle tower.
They have to be careful about the cooldowns, though.
Another fight coming in here. Carapace on this Bloodseeker, just like you predicted in the draft. This Queen of Pain is silenced though, and she's being chased by this Razor. Does too much damage for her to survive. Nyx Assassin trying to get out, but Bloodseeker running after him, of course. Hoodwink trying to run away as well. Spirit Vessel damage coming in on her, but it's not enough to kill her. And middle tower goes down.
That went a lot better for Balrogs than I expected. I thought Infamous, they had the cooldown advantage, pretty much everything expended to try and kill that Pangolier, which they did do, but the Chronosphere is still available. Lumiere absolutely could have TP'd in and tried to take that fight, but no, they just let it go. Queen of Pain dies, getting silenced there. And the fact that our Quap doesn't quite have that full stun and Kaya, but he's not that tanky.
Brave, but
Something along the line of a Yule Scepter, which is a lot less common.
So much blood.
Net worth wise, Razor at the top of the chart now, closely followed by Bloodseeker, and then Faceless Void. So Razor's definitely having a good time.
Yeah,
Next
definitely wondering
on
what the build-up's
spell.
gonna be. I expected a refresher orb at some point, but it really is at what point? What items do you go for before that?
Nyx scouted out this Puck, scouted out this Bloodseeker. Weaver's here too, though. They decide to not go for that. It's a bit dangerous there. They see this Queen of Pain here in the trees. Rupture coming in on her as well. She's leashed, silenced, and killed. They had a really good ward against her right up there.
Yep. Infamous thought they were the ones doing the hunting. They were obviously posturing, but they get caught out instead. And, you know, the game, it started off a bit slow. Ooh, actually missing there on the bushwhack.
What's on this Bloodseeker though, but it's not going to be enough, and this Hoodwink dies for that. Bloodseeker is very low though and disarmed, and that shield crash is going to finish him off there. Tip coming in.
Yeah, the entire time, Lumiere is just farming away, which is fine considering that his net worth is catching up with Razor, but his team is just getting picked apart. Held onto that Chronosphere has only dropped it once in the entire game, and they really seem to be trusting in their late game execution, or if anything, underestimating Balrog, or not rating Balrog's late game execution. A lot of it's going to come down to the support, whether or not they can save people from the Chronosphere, save people from the damage. And Infamous, they think they'll be fine in the late game just by virtue of that basic void.
Yeah, a little bit of an insurance policy void going on there. I'm curious to see if that's going to work out for them, because Balrogs is just doing very, very well. It's only a 2k advantage though, it's not too crazy, but they do have a big heal advantage right now, and their Razor is still most farmed hero. Nyx gets caught here by this Puck and is gonna die for that. Pango ult coming in as well, going on this Weaver, but the whole team is there. He gets the Ravage as well, and finally the Faceless Void Chrono here, killing Weaver, and then getting out because Razor has BKB, and he's a very spooky man, and he runs after you. So they decide to cut their losses there. They got that Weaver kill for a Chrono. Not sure if that's completely worth, but it's good to see him use Chrono and good to see him get involved a little bit at least.
Yeah, it just didn't quite have the vision to support that fight. That's something that Balrogs has been doing very well. There's a string of sentries all over the Dire Jungle. It actually still managed to sneak in an observer board, but it didn't provide that much vision. And this is what Balrogs need to be doing. Razor actually going for the refresher orb straight up. I don't know if I was expecting the second item refresher, maybe like third, but yeah. Refresher this game, absolutely amazing to get the double BKBs, double item performance, really start pressuring. Infamous, they're gonna go for a smoke up, however, without their chrono.
Really wants to go for this. They really want to take some more kills. This puck gets caught out under the tower and dies for it. Pango ult blinking in, getting that stun here on this IO on this Razor twice. Are they gonna be able to do something with it? Not quite sure. Queen of Pain ult coming in though. Razor very low, but BKBs. Nyx has to get out. Rupture coming in on this Queen of Pain. Razor TP's out. Faceless Void still chasing, but not gonna be able to get them. This Bloodseeker so fast. Weaver so fast as well. But that is 2 people down on the side of Balrogs, which is definitely something that Infamous needed here.
Yeah, bit awkward on the timing for Balrogs there. Didn't quite have the refresher available on Burna. Had the refresher, had all of the cooldowns at the start of the fight. That's a completely different engagement. But Infamous, despite not having their Chronosphere, despite only just getting the Rolling Thunder towards the tail end of that fight, ended up working out for them. And Sacred on the Pangolier, he's been doing a lot. Not only getting some decent ultimates out, but he's been throwing a lot of fire on himself and still surviving in those situations. Pretty tough considering playing up against the Bloodseeker. The Razor as well now with the Refresher Orb. Eye Storm completely ignores BKBs.
Smoke coming in. They waited for that Refresher Orb timing and smoked up right away. Razor and Io were popped though. Razor just wanted to farm these Ancients for a bit. The rest of this team is still want to go. It seems half. They're not quite sure if they want to go or not. They decide no, not quite. No, they're getting back now. Seems like a bit of a miscommunication between Razor and the rest of the team there.
Yeah, I mean, they have the relocate, but it's actually not maxed out. It's only a level 1 relocate, and the delay is, it's something. So if they don't find the perfect engagement, then it's really awkward for them to start, because, again, it just comes down to the draft. Very little CC for their support.
Caught out here. Oh, it has this Lotus Orb on him right now. Gets activated just in time. Silenced and bugs on him, but he does manage to survive. Hoodwink helping him out there with an urn. And with a little bit of a whip crack there as well. Speed him up a bit, and a smoke coming in now on Infamous. They know where Balrogs is, and they really want to make moves again. And then they absolutely should. Ult coming in on the Spango, blinking in, doing a lot of work here. BKB immediately activated though on this Razor. Break coming in on this Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, the backline Io gets out. He just relocates himself, and this Bloodseeker just gets constantly stunned. And this Chronosphere coming in as well, getting a kill on this Io, on this Bloodseeker. Are they going to be able to get this Razor as well? Razor is disarmed, Razor is slowed and stunned, and absolutely they're going to get that kill. That's 2 kills on this Quop as well. That was a very good fight for Infamous. That's absolutely what they needed to stay in the game and to get back into the game.
Not that smoke, doing literally what smokes are supposed to do, circumvent vision. Balrog somewhat getting baited by the fact that they had such good vision control in the enemy jungle, instead giving over a couple of kills. They didn't have anyone in position to break that smoke. And Razor, he had the refresher, he popped it, double ulti, double BKB. Couldn't actually get the damage done onto any of the juicy targets.
He just picked up, obviously, by this Faceless Void. Seems like he's going for the Skadi as his next item. Rupture coming in on this Pangolier. He gets silenced as well, and he is going to go down for this. This Nyx Assassin has to be able to get out, and he will be. Pango was a lost cause there, so it definitely the smart move to just get out of there.
Yeah, you take down the Pango, even with that cute little reflection. Use the Lotus Orb, that is something, but now that momentum goes back the other way. The Faceless Void, he has Aegis. It's gonna be very hard to take him down. And they don't quite have all of those, nice defensive items that you need on your support to deal with Chronosphere just yet.
Weaver's in a very dangerous place right now. Nyx is right on his tail, stunning him there as well. He gets shackled to a tree by Hoodwink, and kill goes to her as well. Smoke up right away. That's a smoke on 4 people now. Infamous again, wanting to make moves. No chrono, but very close though. But he does have Aegis. You definitely want to try and maybe get a mid tower here, get a pick off on mid tower. Just anything really. Puck has been found, but he just kind of walks up and Puck gets out. Rupture on the Queen of Pain, but she seems to be perfectly fine. Bloodseeker meanwhile gets found though, gets stunned twice by this Hoodwink, by this Pangolier, and gets clicked to death by this Faceless Void, and they are able to take this middle tower, which is exactly what they wanted.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I don't want to say
Bloodseeker down.
Balrogs have missed their timing. It's just that they don't seem to have those big teamfight tools. Razor actually using the pressure there.
Oh, he's running to and fro, just trying to get this kill here. Razor's being surrounded, but Io comes in with the relocate, manages to save that Razor and get him out. Io is going to come back though. Are they going to be able to just kill him here? Yes. Yeah, absolutely they are. And the kill going to Quop as well, which is very, very good. Someone all chatting. I have no idea what he's saying, but always good when the all chat comes out. This Weaver gets caught on the tower meanwhile, but manages to scurry off here. They do seem to want to do something with this though. Are they going to be able to find him? I think they will. They absolutely will find him. This Pango just chasing after him. Wild Goose Chase here. Ults for it as well. He really wants to kill this bug, but despite his... Oh my god, that Prey coming in as well from that Hoodwink ult, but he still manages to get out. That's 2 ults committed. They still haven't caught this bug. He is just gone.
Yeah, cutting the
Pango.
quick rate here actually does make a pretty big difference. There's
Pango's
just no
still
way
here.
to continue pushing.
Oh my god, that is such a good move from this Weaver, and he's just hiding in the trees now. And he's safe. He's out.
Down bottom lane, Burna gets bashed up. Uses BKB, still dies.
A little bit uncomfortable there. I see that net worth chart. Faceless Void at the top right now, followed by Raze.
And uncomfortable is exactly what it is.
Middle fight. Meanwhile, this Nyx Assassin gets caught out. Dies for it. The rest of the team is going to stay around here though, because Razor is down. So they are still at an advantage, and they still have Aegis. They have Aegis for about a minute, not very long, and they have Chrono as well. So they're going to go for this tower, and they are going to be getting it.
Yeah, I didn't wanna say it earlier. I didn't want to say that Balrogs have missed their timing, but right now it definitely feels like it. Infamous, they played it, I think, exactly how they wanted to. Not necessarily disrespecting the enemy, but trusting that as long as Lumiere was able to get farm, no matter what Balrog did in the mid game, they were definitely in control. They just couldn't really convert it into anything meaningful. Couldn't get towers, couldn't get Roshan. And when it comes to the late game, Faceless Void versus a Razor, it's just not even close. At least with this refresher BKB build.
Yeah, absolutely. They just really bet on that. Oh, Aegis expired, by the way. Well, we expected that. Yeah, they just really bet on this this insurance policy Void here, and they were right on betting on him. I mean, you know, obviously they've played with their carry a lot, so they just know what he can do, what he's capable of, and this was just their game plan all along. And yeah, I mean, missed their timings. I think that's a very fair assessment. They're gonna go for this team fight here. Nyx Assassin is gonna die for that. Ult coming in on this Faceless though, getting the kill here on Bloodseeker, on Weaver. Quop ult committed as well, and then that absolute snipe from Hoodwink right on Io. 3 people down versus 1 down on Infamous, and they're just gonna go and get this tier 2 tower. They do want to try and get Razor though, but Razor's quite fast. Puck is fast as well and very slippery, so they're not gonna be able to get them. They're just gonna push waves. They're gonna want to get a tower out of this.
Yeah,
Potentially.
7,000 gold lead here for Infamous. If you just look at the gold lead, it's honestly not too bad when you consider it with the rest of the lineup. That's where you have a bit of a problem. And again, it's not that Balrogs have no way of answering this sort of team fight. We saw the attempted relocate coming in, but the relocate was just a second too late, ended up getting cancelled by the tether into the chronosphere. And, you know, likewise, our Weaver, he's done a lot this game, sure, a lot of running around, but he also has been dying, and that Aghanim Scepter is that much delayed. It's not necessarily that, you know, they're getting outscaled 100%, but they just weren't able to hit their timing. And Infamous, I think this is pretty much the exact outcome that they expect.
Absolutely, sure seems that way. This Pangolier rolling in, trying to go for this Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker was way ahead of him earlier, but not anymore. Silence coming in though on this Faceless Void. He's taking a lot of damage and he doesn't have Aegis anymore. He does get killed here by this Puck, and Hoodwink just sees this as an opportunity to get the hell out. Bloodseeker here though, getting caught out by this Queen of Pain, by this Nyx. They're gonna be able to take him, but Puck is coming in as well. Probably going to be able to take down this Nyx assassin, but Io gets caught here by this Quap as well. Quap is silenced though, not able to jump away. BKBs for it, and gets the kill there on Io. Manages to blink away and TP out, trying to make these deaths on his team worth it.
Balrogs unfortunately just don't have Roshan available. They don't have the refresher on the Razor either. They won't be able to get anything out of the kill.
Meanwhile, Puck gets caught out here, but he's gonna be fine. He just blinks out, but Kvop just running after this Weaver though, ulting him right in the face, screaming him in the face, and he dies here as well. Puck gets stunned, gets caught out, and dies too. No way to be slippery when you are completely and utterly stunned.
Yeah, and Roshan is going to be respawning now. Bad for Balrogs, good for Infamous, because when their Faceless Void was dead, Roshan's not up, and well, Burna, we've seen this before. Forced to use the BKB TP out. Last time he did actually die doing that. But knowing that the BKB is down 100%, the refresher is down as well, this should be a pretty good time for Infamous to play on the enemy side of the map, set up some vision, maybe secure themselves a Roshan later.
9k advantage currently for Infamous. That went the other way pretty damn fast. Queen of Pain at top of net worth, actually closely followed by Faceless Void. This Queen of Pain is doing a lot of work. Io stunned in mid lane, Hoodwink charging up her shot and killing him there. Static Link gets broken though on this Queen of Pain, and now it's on a cooldown. Refresher Orb is down as well, so he has no Static Link, so there's maybe not too much damage coming out from him. He gets stunned, completely stunned to death as well. His BKB was still down from his BKB TP that he was forced to do in the top lane there. Mid tower down, Faceless Void jumping in up to high ground with a Chrono, killing this Io, going for this Puck as well, and they're gonna try to round it off by killing this Bloodseeker, and they will be able to. Only buyback available on Puck. He's not gonna be able to do much by himself, and they're just gonna go and take this tower. Are they gonna be able to end this?
I think even if they don't end it, we are pretty much looking at the beginning of the end. Honestly, not expecting Balrogs to win. It would be a miracle, frankly, if they did. We're a very big throw from Infamous. In fact, I'm even surprised that they're not GGing out right now.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate their positivity, their positive attitude, thinking they can still come back from this. Obviously, you know, it's Dota, you can come back from anything, but to be honest, it is not looking good though. Oh, not looking too good. Voice line spam coming out as well from this level 30 Pango, which by itself is crazy in a good or bad way. That is up to everyone to decide for themselves.
I think not bad if you're a professional Dota player, but Sacred, without a doubt, he has done a lot this game. Some pretty nice rolling thunders. Yeah, as I was saying, not just offensively, he's been taking a lot of spells for his team, and it's worked out pretty nicely.
So it's very obvious that this Pango is very comfortable on his hero. And I do love to see it. Pango is an exciting hero to watch. It's just an exciting hero to play, in my personal opinion. So, love to see that. Roche attempt, meanwhile, on the side of Infamous, and the Pango ult coming in here as well, getting the kill there on Io. His Razor BKB'd. He does have Static Link up now. Using it on this Faceless Void, just absolutely leeching his damage. He's gonna be able to do much with it. He's still alive though, and Faceless Void dies here. Probably thought he could be able to get this Razor, but not quite. Not quite. This Razor just doing a lot of damage here. Seems like they might have underestimated him just a little bit. And Nyx is currently buying back. They really do want to try and see if they can still take something here. Or at least make sure that the Balrogs don't take Roche for themselves.
Yeah,
Queen of
Razor
Fate.
a lot weaker now without that refresher, and they're still holding on to the buyback of the Faceless Void.
Good move though for Balrogs. Ooh, Razor gets stunned here though by Nyx Assassin. Pop coming in for the silence, but gets silenced herself. Break coming in by the Hoodwink on this Io. Doesn't quite manage to do much with it. Hoodwink might be able to be caught out here by Balrogs. She's just kind of running around like crazy, but that's just too much damage there with the Spirit Vessel as well. That's three
That's
people
a
dead
pretty
on the
big
side
kill.
of Infamous.
That's actually
Yeah.
pretty big. No buyback.
Absolutely.
Very good vision provider, which is really important for contesting growth.
Wop ult coming in though, that is a lot of damage coming in with this Io. Puck dies for this as well. Is Weaver gonna go down as well, or is Kwop gonna pay for this with her life? Doesn't quite seem like it, but Nyx might, and Nyx did buy back though. So it would not be great if he died here. I think he will though. There's no way he's gonna get out of this anymore. That's a killing spree on Razor. Only Kwop is alive, but Faceless Void is almost up as well as Pango. Void does have Chronosphere, so Balrogs is not going to be able to take the Roche here, and I'm pretty sure they know that, right?
Yeah,
They should.
still, we thought it was all but over. We'll see if they can take this fight.
Weaver getting stunned to absolute death by the time lock as well as the rolling boy. Pango,
Yeah,
there we go.
just too much control coming out from Infamous, which is something that Balrogs are clearly lacking. Both of their supports, sure, plenty of defensive utility, but they just don't have any way of taking these overwhelming team fights. You know, if the enemy sort of fights into that double static link, etc., then yes, they can take decent fights, but at the end of the day, having two lanes of Brax and the opposite lanes of Roshan as well, when the dust settles, it ends up being Infamous with yet another Aegis onto Lumiere.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That is going to be very, very scary for them. Chrono is still up as well. That is a huge, huge advantage. Weaver does have buyback and Puck is up. That means that their whole team is going to be up or able to be up while Nyx is still down. But Aegis, though, that is just so huge for this Faceless Void. Love to see that Shard as well, being able to time walk and then be like, nope, and then just getting back. I think that is such a strong ability on Faceless Void.
Yeah, really good against the Razor with that static link. Didn't actually see that last time around. Instead, we saw the upgraded Shard, the Aghanim's upgraded time-lapse from the Weaver there, which actually saved Burner's life. But will they be able to pull it off a second time? It really does come down to the execution. The relocate as well can be such a powerful defensive tool, but it's pretty difficult to pull off when Infamous have so many stuns. And the Bloodseeker still puts out a decent amount of damage. It's not quite the same as a Rolling Thunder when it comes to that control that you can't do anything about. The Chainstone, it's non-existent for Balrogs. At least not until they get something along the lines of a Hex on the Puck.
Absolutely seems like Balrog is just getting chain stunned constantly by Infamous. Puck manages to go for this Kwop though. He really wants to go and get this kill here. Lotus up right at the right moment. BKB coming in as well, and Kwop ulted here too. Razor running in head first, just really wanting to try and get some kills here. He gets stunned by this Pango. Kwop jumps in as well, but he gets killed here. Faceless Void ult coming in. Goes for Io, then switches target. Io is still gonna die here as well. Weaver. It was a refresher chrono, so 2 chronos. He dies for it though, but has Aegis. Stun coming in on this Razor and this Bloodseeker. Void is still there. Is Void gonna be able to get out? He probably has to though, because the rest of the team is gonna get killed here as well. But Void turns around, tries to go for that kill. This Razor is almost dead. Broken, stunned, but Faces Void gets ruptured here, but manages to time walk it off for a little bit. And he's just gonna start hitting this Bloodseeker here. Not gonna be able to get him, maybe? Maybe? Not quite. Bloodseeker is just way too fast. Hoodwink, meanwhile, does get killed by Puck here, though. But Puck gets engaged on by Faces as well. A few stuns coming in. And Puck manages to TP out. That was so unfortunate. That one tree was completely in the way. If Void was able to hit her there for a second, that would have probably stopped the TP, but unfortunate.
That is a hold, actually. They get the Aegis, they get the refresher of the Faceless Void. It's gonna be pretty hard for Infamous to commit. I mean, they're still ahead, they still took down the Razor. But there is still that top lane of Rax. This game is still far from over, even though we both thought that it was over.
Absolutely. I mean, coming back to my point, Dota is never really over until it's over. It definitely looked like a GG, but it's not looking like that anymore, honestly. Razor's definitely doing a lot of work, Puck as well. And yeah, it doesn't quite look like it's gonna be over anytime soon.
If they can take down the Razor just once, then his buyback actually loses a lot of power. Like, buying back on a Razor when you've already used your BKBs and your refresher, he really doesn't do that much. But great job from the support, keeping him alive even through double chronospheres and whatnot. Even if they die, it's well worth it, just to keep your Razor there in the fight for as long as possible.
Absolutely. The double chrono was really fun to see, but it seemed like he wasn't quite sure who to target as well, which made it a little bit awkward situation there. Smoke coming in from Balrogs though. They want to do something with this. Roche is obviously not up. They want to go into their jungle and get some more pickoffs there. Oh, they go for this illusion of Quop, which is just a little bit awkward, so they're definitely aware that they smoked there.
Infamous might go for a counter smoke themselves.
They might. This Nyx is scouting things out. He is scouting things out. They are running after him though. They know he's somewhere here. They're pinging like crazy. They're putting up sentry wards. And there's BKB pop on this Razor, just absolutely going ham on this Nyx assassin. Silence coming in as well on this Faceless Void. He manages to purge it off as well, but he gets ruptured. Hoodwink ult meanwhile going in, getting a lot of damage down, but it's not really quite doing a lot. Refresher was popped on this Razor, BKB activated again, but BKB popped on this Quop as well. And the Chrono coming in now with Weaver getting clicked pretty hard, but Quop dies in the outskirts of that Chrono by this Razor ultimate, but Razor has to die for that. Bloodseeker stun. Is he going to be able to die here? He is so fast, not quite going to die. Buyback on this IO. But they should be able to do a lot of tower damage. They might be able to get this tower here.
And if they take that tower, there is no way to defend Rax. Razor, he doesn't have buyback, but even if he did, there's just not too much he can do without the refresher.
Catch on Puck, stunned, chain stunned, killed. IO, what's gonna happen? Same thing. Absolutely stunned to death. GG called. From Balrog's first game goes to Infamous.
Yeah, Balrogs, they put up a pretty good fight. I mean, hanging along for a lot longer than we expected, but just the nature of the draft, they weren't able to get it done in the early mid-game, and once they fell behind, it was just so difficult.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because you know, it was the result that we expected, because you know, we did think that Infamous would win. But honestly, Balrogs, they kind of had their timing, then they missed it, then they kind of had their second timing in a way, and then they kind of, I mean, I'm not saying that they kind of threw that, because to be honest, Infamous is just very good, so it's not exactly that they make a lot of mistakes, it's just mostly that the other team is also just very good. So I think they should be able to maybe win a second game though. It was close at some points.
adjustments to the draft. We'll see if that actually happens. Wasn't a big fan of the last pick, Bloodseeker. But honestly, not all bad things from Balrog. We'll see if they can come back in game number 2 of this best of 2 coming up in just a second.
I'm gonna BRB as well.
Returning now with game number 2 of Infamous.U versus Balrogs. Infamous, I want to say unsurprisingly, up one game, but Balrogs, the way they got there, it wasn't all that terrible.
Yeah, I mean, big agree on that one. Wasn't all that terrible. I mean, I think they were pretty good at some points. You know, they definitely hit their timing at some point. It's just they couldn't quite finish the game. Like they couldn't quite, you know, end it, and got a little bit stuck. And Infamous was able to then take more late game.
Not gonna be opening up with game 2, however, it's actually Infamous once again picking up that next assassin, the Balrogs, going for the Kunkka plus the Dark Willow, and an entirely different draft this time. Very strong team fight already, no doubt about that. Both the Kunkka and the Dark Willow pretty good. Now, Queen of Pain so far has been completely ignored. They're actually going to go with a Magnus. That is an interesting pick.
I mean, you know, Magnus is just a pretty good hero with on the off lane. I'm kind of assuming they're gonna go put him on the off lane. You know, just huge team fight potential. Maybe that's something that Infamous wants to go for. Maybe they want to have like a team fight heavy type of situation going on. So I'm quite curious what the rest of the draft is going to be looking like immediately with the Rubik ban as well. That could also spell, you know, a little bit more team fight heroes coming in on the side of Infamous.
Yeah, showing the Magnus this early on, though, does perhaps lead to certain counters. We see the Abaddon often picked up in response to Magnus. You have your own ultimate, get out the spell on yourself, you can save someone else with the Aphotic Shield. But more often than not, we see Magnuses being played pretty much just for the Empower. And we'll see if Infamous really pick a hero to go with that. Phantom Assassin, generally speaking, by far the most obvious combination, but pretty much any melee core can get the job done with power.
Phantom Assassin, a smart pick looking at Balrog's current draft, so Dark Willow and Kunkka?
We'll see, I guess. The Kunkka and the Dark Willow have some flexibility. The Dark Willow almost exclusively played as a support. But, you know, Thompson, for example, in South Asia has been playing quite a bit of mid Dark Willow in its clubs at least. And the Kunkka, I think, can be very flexible. Most important this game actually is going to be that boat buff. If you can get a really good timing on the boat, sort of break up the initiation of the Magnus, can really stand a good chance in extended team fights, I think.
See that Dark Willow is the most played hero of the support on the side of Balrogs. So we can probably assume that that it's going to be him playing that, and it's going to be a very comfortable hero for him as well, which should be good. Timbersaw ban, by the way. What is? I mean, I guess just generally a good offlaner to ban, especially with Magnus already picked.
Yeah, Timbersaw does pretty well against Kunkka, tanky strength hero, and pretty good against the Dark Willow, because the Dark Willow with a Shadow Realm can dodge a lot of damage, but not the Timbersaw's damage. None of his spells actually require target to be cast, so... Wait, no, actually that's Symptoms banning. Oh, my bad. Wait, that is a bit surprising then. I kind of assumed that it was Balrogs, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The next assassin, in my opinion, is pretty good against the Timbersaw. The mana burn honestly isn't that good because, despite it being a mana burn, it's actually based off intelligence, which the Timbersaw doesn't really build much off. But you have a great counter in all of his spells with the Carapace. So, not too sure what that's about. I think that just means that Infamous are planning to go with a strength hero as their core, maybe something along the lines of a Chaos Knight, but there's the Abaddon in response to the Magnus.
As predicted. As predicted. Shadow Fiend ban as well. A Shadow Demon, sorry. I do know that an Infamous Shadow Demon is like the highest win rate hero on their position 5. So, you know, it's good to ban regarding draft, but also probably good to get him out of the way because their position 5 is actually very, very deadly on Shadow Demon.
Personally, I'm a big fan of Shadow Demon myself. It does make sense. In my opinion, Shadow Demon pretty good against the Kunkka. You can counter a lot of his combinations disruption, and surprisingly good against the Abaddon as well, because you can actually put the Abaddon himself under a disruption. You cannot use your ultimate to break out of that, and you simply can't save a target if they're that disruption. Makes a lot of sense considering they're heroes. Infamous, now that they see the Abaddon, wouldn't be surprised if they go for something like an OD. Oh no, okay, I did not say that. 'Cause, I mean, OD, in a similar way to the Shadow Demon, you just put him under, and then he's gone from the game for 4 seconds.
Yeah, just a constant disruption. I mean, there's other disruption heroes, right? Like, I'm kind of thinking, which other hero could be good to disrupt that whole like combo situation going on with Balrogs.
Radiant team pick.
We might find out. I mean, yeah, I like to see that.
Team pick.
Hoodwink is and Snapfire. Okay. So that's wait, that's Nick's core or Hoodwink mid? Magnus mid?
That's gotta be a core Hoodwink, right?
Or
in the off lane, I think. I don't know, because the Snapfire, at least in my opinion, Snapfire when you go
5
core,
seconds remaining.
you're pretty much getting into the mix yourself. So not using the ultimate, but for me it just makes so much sense with the Magnus and the Nyx. You have the stun, you have the setup. The Snapfire plays from a long distance away, and being a core Snapfire doesn't really benefit you in that regard.
so Hoodwink then, I'm assuming.
That's my personal preference. But I think it really just comes down to what the players themselves like.
Radiant
Because
team
I
back.
think that would make it a Magnus mid, and then the Hoodwink off lane
Mhm.
would get awkward for some teams. They don't like running the Magnus mid.
Luna, isn't that not so great versus Nyx Assassin?
Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to get stunned, but maybe just putting their faith in the Abaddon, or Abaddon will bail us out of anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm
5 seconds.
curious to see
remaining.
if he's going to be able to do that. So are you thinking Hoodwink mid or Magnus mid?
I mean,
think
I was
Hoodwink,
thinking
right?
more of Hoodwink off lane, Magnus mid, but
Oh, okay.
again, it's that Snapfire thing. Do you want to be playing the Snapfire at super long range, or do you want the Snapfire to go in nice close
Dire
burst?
team ban.
'Cause we used to see the Snapfire pretty much in every single game rush the Aghanim Scepter, but that's been nerfed. That's no longer nearly as popular as before. But if you play that support Snapfire, it's less about the getting yourself deal damage for your spells,
Dire team ban.
more about providing that long range damage and providing the buffs. So you get that minus armor, you get the low shredder, can be pretty good
I
buffing
like
up the
your
damage
moves.
of
I
your
like your
position 1, which
style.
truly seems to be what Infamous are building towards, is that really strong position
10
1
seconds
buffed up
remaining.
by everything that they have.
Yeah, I'm quite curious what they're going to be picking here. Terrorblade already got banned. Infamous obviously banning a lot of offlaners. Their last 4 bans are on offlaners. Yeah, I'm curious what Balrogs are going to ban here and what Infamous is going to pick up. What you said as well, it's probably going to have to be like a very strong safe laner that just gets crazy buffs from the rest of his team. So we'll see which one fits the bill. Void is banned, Morph banned, that makes perfect sense. What is left?
Chaos Knight, I think, is an option. Phantom Assassin also still left in the pool. DK, especially in my head, makes sense. They banned the Timber Soul themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Love to see CK, to be perfectly honest. I think CK is an awesome hero, so I'm kind of hoping they pick that up now. I'm really hoping for that one. But we'll see. They have a little bit of reserve time left. Having a bit of a think about which would be best here. Obviously, Balrogs has the last pick, so they might still be able to counter it a little bit. So I'm kind of looking at, yeah, they're looking for an offlaner on Balrog, so that's going to be countering this pick in lane at least.
Dire team pick.
Razor.
Not what I was expecting at all. I mean, there's no
No.
obvious synergy between a Magnus and a Razor. Seems like the
Yeah.
plan is not to have this super buffed up position one. Seems like they want to fight really early
10
on and
seconds
take
remaining.
fight to the enemy.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's
5 seconds remaining.
it's not, yeah, it's not really what we expected, but let's see how that works out for them. What's going to be a good offlaner to counter that Razor in lane though? What is left? A lot of good offlaners got banned already.
Could go for the
mean, there's-
Pangolier, which is what Infamous did last time around. You just have that lane matchup. I think that can always be pretty solid. Otherwise, the
Side hunter?
Centaur can be good. Press the ultimate, great disengage from the Magnus from the Razor.
Oh, Venomancer. Okay, that is. Oh, that is stinky. You know, you know what I mean? It's like, oh god.
That's
Sorry,
one of the most
Venomancer is just. Oh
obnoxious
my
heroes
god.
to play again.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's just the worst to play against in lane. That snake man, that banana thrower, just kind of spitting on you in lane is. Oh my god. I'm not even playing this game, and I'm uncomfortable. You know.
Yeah, if you're able to hit that venomous scale on the Razor, then there's pretty much no way he gets that much static link damage off you, but on the other hand, it is a skill shot. It is possible to miss it.
10 seconds
And if you do
remaining.
miss it, then you don't have that much left. Early levels, Poisonous Thing flow is honestly not that strong. So I will see what actually happens. It's going to be that direct matchup, Venomancer versus the Razor. And I mean, I honestly don't know who's stronger in the later stages of the game. Razor, as we saw last time, can be okay, but sort of by default, the Luna is the strongest late game core. The Kunkka, honestly, not terrible either. Normally, you'd have to think about the Magnus with the RP, but I think the Abaddon is just such a solid counter to him. Looking at the draft, I actually think Balrogs have a pretty decent shot at things, as long as Infamous aren't able to hit these super early timings run down your tower.
Yeah, let's see if Balrogs is able to end the game in their favor this time. I mean, I'm automatically not really cheering for them. You know what I mean? With that Venomancer, I think it's horrible. So, I'm obviously I'm not rooting for any team specifically, but if I was rooting for a team, if that were the case, I would root for Infamous. But I'm not. But I would. But I'm not. You know?
Okay.
Nothing touches the heart.
I mean,
like my venom.
Infamous,
Nothing touches the
you have
heart
to
like
expect
my
them to be the
venom.
favorite team. They are up 1-0.
Prepare
Looks
for
like it
battle.
is going to be Sacred playing the Snapfire, so of course Snapfire, I was wrong about that.
Ooh,
Which is
nice.
fine. Snapfire can be pretty good against heroes such as Dark Willow. You talk about Dark Willow, not target him directly, but that's fine with the Snapfire. You have so much AoE non-targeted damage burst down through pretty much anything. Going for a cheeky smoke up though, Balrogs. This smoke seems intended to actually get some kills.
They catch Hoodwink here. They get stunned as well, slowed and rooted completely, and that first blood kill goes to this Dark Willow. They look for more
Brave,
people,
but
but they're not really going to be able to get them. Not quite fast enough here, but that is a first blood already. That's pretty favorable for them. So looking at Snapfire core, what are some items that a Snapfire core would pick up?
This game, I think it actually makes sense to go for the
Stupid.
Axe. Not necessarily
Brave.
rushing it, but
Stupid.
you've got a lot of nice targets to throw in. The Magnus chuck him right in, straight into an art. Alone here is actually gonna be checking for that vision. Knows 100% that there are no wards here. So that could be interesting moving forward. RoboZ is still holding onto that observer.
A lot of damage coming in here around this rune. Not quite enough to get a kill though. That's 2 for 2 on the bounty runes, but a first blood inside of Balrog, so so far so good.
Yeah, on the mid Snapfires, we often see the Boots of Travel run around, join fights very easily, contribute with the Mortimer's Kisses. But honestly, for the off-lane Snapfire, I'm not too sure.
I'm quite curious to see what he's gonna be building on her. It's just I've not really encountered an offlane Snapfire much, so I'm ready to be surprised, you know, and I'm excited to be surprised here. This Hoodwink is joining two of his team members here in bottom though, but Abba is as well. It's 3 versus 3 here. Hoodwink really wanted to maybe see if they could secure a kill there, but Abba's like, hey, I'm here as well, you know? Not just gonna let you do that, just like that. And Hoodwink and Abba kind of facing off with each other.
Stupid.
We saw that interaction with the poison, the venomous scale against static link, land the venomous scale. So hard for you to commit deeper, try and get more static damage.
Absolutely nasty. It's 1v1 here, but this Abba is TPing back into lane now. So, but the Snapfire seems to be, oh, never mind. I was gonna say he seems to be fine with being left alone, but Hoodwink decides to join her after all, so it's gonna be just 2-1-2, the normal kind of situation going on here.
This is going to be one of those lanes where pulling, stacking matters a lot. Your Abba. Go for that stack right, go for the pull right there rather.
Kill coming in here on bottom though, potentially. Nope, not quite. Manages to escape narrowly and salve himself up there. But he did get chased pretty hard here by this Razor.
Stupid. Brave, but stupid.
Oh, mid lane, skewer back.
Oh. Lots of tower hits coming in there, and that fairy fire popped just in time. And meanwhile, in the top lane, a kill coming in on this Abba by Hoodwink.
Again, that is just the lane control, the pulls. Tries to contest, that ends up going down.
Ooh. Razor here in the bot lane is in a little bit of hot water with the poison sting and with the stun coming in from Dark Willow. Can't quite follow up though, and this Nyx luckily had a salve ready for his lane partner there, so he doesn't even have to back off here.
Yeah, that actually was an interesting change which happened a good few months ago, but the Cursed Crown no longer provides vision when it was stunned. Otherwise, I think Lumiere might have been taking some hits in the trees, but because he gets there in time, he'll not take damage.
Luna though, speaking of damage, he's taken a lot of it. He has to be a little bit careful there. Snapfire is having a pretty good time. Snapfire top of the last hit chart right now. And Luna falling a little bit behind.
Yeah, honestly, that's fine though, as long as you're able to get these stacks. Both the Luna and the Kunkka from Balrogs are able to clear stacks very efficiently. So at some point, I wouldn't be surprised to see the supports just leave lane. Once they feel like their carry safe, leave lane goes stack.
Razor, stun, and a static link here on this Dark Willow. Venomancer, meanwhile, just absolutely throwing all his poison stuff at him. Venomous Gale coming in. Razor impossibly slowed here, but does manage to get out. This Nyx Assassin, is he gonna die? Yes, he is, just about. And Razor just has to get back a little bit.
2 points in poison sting. One of the best scaling abilities if you look at the total damage that it does, because not only does the DPS increase, the duration also increases.
Is Razor gonna get caught here? No, not quite. He manages to maneuver himself through it pretty well. Nyx Assassin, meanwhile, just walks straight into it. Another self here. This Nyx Assassin definitely providing well for his lane partner there. Hoodwink getting chased in the top lane. But she's fine. She's a fast squirrel. She's gonna be okay. And mid, meanwhile, is definitely favored towards Magnus. Coming in here with 27 last hits, 13 denies. Compared to Kunkka's 14 last hits and 7 denies. So this Magnus almost has double the amount of denies and last hits as this Kunkka.
By default, I actually think it's a somewhat Kunkka favored lane because you have that Tidebringer, but that early skewer really setting Robo's back.
And I mean, we saw that last time as well, you know, with the puck wop. It's just kind of obvious that that alone is just a better mid laner. I think that's really the big difference here. Honestly, that alone is just a better mid laner, and he just seems to win it, whichever kind of matchup is going on.
Under his belt, if nothing else. But you know what, Kunkka gets a couple of stacks going, and he's right back in it. Of course, Magnus himself, very good at clearing stacks too. We see him going for the maximum power build. Doesn't really have any other core to put it on. Might as well use it himself.
Absolutely, that's an easy stack clear there. Meanwhile, Razor still seems to be doing alright. This Venomancer has a level up on him though. Venomancer seems to just be having a very good time. Let's look at net worth. Snapfire, top of net worth right now. It doesn't really mean a lot though. It's only 6 minutes into the game. Only 1k gold advantage for Infamous, so honestly, can go any type of way right now. Double damage stolen here by Hoodwink. Kunkka really wanted that, but this annoying squirrel is just gonna be there to steal all your stuff.
Definitely feels like
A
we
lot of
have a
damage
bit
here.
of a role reversal going on too. Last game it was Balrogs on a bit of a timer. This game we'll see whether Infamous can get it done in mid-game.
Oh, that's a kill there on Abba by this Magnus. Magnus rotated top and took that Abba down. Obviously, Abba is not yet level 6, so he's still a relatively easy target to deal with for them. Plus the double damage on Hoodwink does quite a little bit. Meanwhile, Razor getting engaged on here in the bottom lane, getting hit by the Cursed Crown and getting a lot of slow on him as well. Nyx Assassin trying to kind of body block and kind of distract them. Is he going to die for that? It kind of does look like that. He takes a lot of ticking damage here from Poison Sting. But so is Razor as well. Razor, Venomous Gill right on him. Poison Sting as well. He's going to die for that. And Nyx as well. That's 2 kills for this Venomancer in the lane. That's really good for Balrogs.
Yeah, the last pick, Veno coming in. Doing a lot better than the last pick Bloodseeker from last game, and it's just such a good counter to the Razor. As long as you don't miss your Venomous Gale, you just kite him to death. Slow and painful, but that's what we're here for.
Looks like Luna has given up on this top lane here. Razor TP'd there as well, probably wants to kind of take over here. He's done with this Venomancer and he wants to get a safer place to farm. Snapfire going bottom is going to try to protect that tower. Nyx though is very dead. Snapfire coming in with the ultimate, really trying to go for that kill on Veno. That'd be so worth, and he does manage to get that. Double kill, kill on Abba, kill on Veno. That was a very good TP here. Gets tipped by 2 of his teammates. They're very happy that that snake has been dealt with. And I'm also happy. A little bit.
Yeah, screw that. What is he giving us? Slug, a snake? Something
I don't
slimy.
even
like
know. It's slimy, it's poisonous, we don't like it. That is all. Sorry, Venomancer fans in chat. I'm sorry, you have bad taste. I can't help it.
At the same time, though, Luna's still farming up. Honestly, not worth it. It's not great just yet, but you expect the Luna to accelerate and farm. You expect the Kunkka to accelerate and farm.
Razor ulted top. He really wanted to get that Venomancer, but 2 of his teammates are TPing in now. He's earned Poison Sting and Venomous Gale on him. A ward coming in as well for Venomancer. He's going to try to get that return kill on Abba at least, but he dies here by Kunkka. That is 4 people from Balrog's top. 1 of them died, but that is Razor dead as well. Razor got a little bit greedy. He saw that Venomancer. He thought he was a little bit more alone than he was. Meanwhile, ultimate from Magnus coming in to kill this Dark Willow, manages to do just that. Stun coming in on this Hoodwink as well from Kunkka. Skewer on Venomancer. They really want to kill this Venomancer. They're just running after him now. They just want the snake to die, and they're going to be able to kill him here. Gonna get rid of those wards. That's a lot of taking damage though on Poison Sting on this Nyx Assassin. He's probably going to be fine, but it does look very, very painful right now. They probably want to try and get a lot of damage here on this top tower, maybe even getting it. And Luna, bottom lane, farming and pushing as well. Maybe that's going to be a trade.
Yeah, overall on paper, it doesn't look too bad for Intimate, but the Razor died very early on, didn't really benefit too much. Got a kill on, what, a level 3 of Adin? That does not count for a lot. On the other side of things, Luna just farming up, takes the tower. In fact, might be even getting a couple more kills.
Blink, engaged on, but manages to get out.
I think you let
Luna's...
them go. I think you just, yeah, run away in the trees. Have people close to the trees. You don't want to be fighting in the man.
3 people there, bot as well. 4 people, yeah. They just really want to take this tower, and just let him take the tower. It's just a trade there. But Wink is doesn't have TP, so she is gonna be hanging out here for a little bit, hoping to not be caught out here. Throwing a few spells in lane there, trying to postpone the sacking of the tower here. Ulting as well. Misses. And yeah, she's still stuck in the trees there, and their tower is gonna go down.
I mean, the Hoodwink, you can just run through the trees, so you're probably fine there. But that little bit of time delaying the push might have just put the Blink Dagger on the Magnus. We'll see what they can do. The Abaddon not level 6 just yet. But if the Abaddon's level 6 and he's next to an important target, do not expect the RP to do all that much itself. Maybe the RP into the Skewer, however, but ideally there needs to be a tower nearby.
Razor been scouted out here by this Dark Willow. Smoke coming in on the side of Infamous, Magnus, Nyx, and Snapfire. 3 deadly heroes running into the jungle now. They found this Kunkka. Ultimate coming up from Magnus and Snapfire as well. They're gonna go for this Dark Willow, and they are going to get the kill. That's 2 people dead. Are they gonna be able to get more? Yes, they are. That is a perfect snipe from this Hoodwink right in the face of this Abba, who has not yet hit level 6. Just in time, really.
That's something. Hopefully for Infamous, though, they should be able to take a tower. But if they don't, it's not like they killed the Luna, which ultimately is going to be the win condition for Balrog.
Some clicks coming in on this tower, but basically the entirety of Balrogs is now TPing middle. They really don't want this tower to fall, which is very, very understandable. Luna, meanwhile, just farming while the rest of the team decides to smoke up to go for an engage here to get a pick off, to do something. They're gonna go into triangle here, but Infamous is not in there, so what are you gonna do?
Well, no RP, no kisses. I think they can just go for a good old-fashioned push in the mid lane.
Ooh, this Snap really thought she was blinking out there, but instead she blinked right into the mouth of the beast here and gets stunned and killed.
Stupid. Brave, but stupid.
Nyx
Yeah, this is
Assassin
a Razor
getting
team,
out.
by the way. Lumiere still going for that BK. Without the BKB, doesn't seem to be able to do that much. And when a Luna team is, you know, with clearly the better late game, is running down and taking your towers, and you're the Razor, you're supposed to be that mid-game fighter, it's not looking too good for Infamous at the moment. Net worth is honestly a bit misleading. Balrog feels like they're in control of the game as long as
Luna found though by this Magnus and this Nyx Assassin. She does pop her ult. Is she gonna be able to get out? She's gonna be shielded and mist coiled. And she is gonna be able to get out. She gets a lot of mist coils there from this Abba. This Abba really saving her life and making sure that she gets 2 kills here. That is one of those call an ambulance but not for me type of situations going on here. And this Hoodwink gets caught out as well. Kunkka in here to get that kill. Snapfire, a little bit of difficult, a little bit of a dangerous position, not quite. No, she's gonna be fine. But that is 4 people down for Infamous. That's crazy.
Well, Sacred, looking to try and even things out. He used the Mortimer's Kisses, couldn't actually finish off her Luna here, and also cannot finish off the Abaddon. Blinks in, but is that a mistake? Blinks right into our Kunkka. He's got the both.
Stupid.
Boat coming in and the X mark. Snapfire has really nowhere to go. It's that kill gonna go to Luna. It's gonna go to Kunkka. Either way is going to be perfectly fine. This Luna, top of net worth charts as expected. But she's getting quite far ahead, to be honest. And the first person on the side of Infamous that is up there is Snapfire right under her. Yeah, it's definitely Balrog's game right now, at least.
And that 3k net worth difference, it's all happening between the position 1. Razor really had a very sad lane. I mean, early on it seemed okay. He wasn't getting too much done, but he wasn't dying at least. But at some point, the Venomancer just got too many levels, slow and painful. And that's how we ended up with the game now. Lumiere is just trying to get that BKB, and then he'll be able to join the fight. But as it stands, Infamous, they're just not able to find the mid-game stage.
How about scouted out this Razor? He's not gonna be able to do much with it though, but it's you know, it's nice to have him scouted out. They're aware of his position right now. Venomancer's completely taken over this jungle with his wards. He's really making sure that you know, Infamous has no space in their own jungle right now. But Infamous does seem to want to kind of head up top there, maybe take some space in the enemy jungle. or get some things done there to get back that space.
Yeah, but of course, Balrogs, they're smart, they know what's going on. Burna just gonna be sitting in the bottom lane, where he's protected by his team. Big smoke up though, they've got the RP, they've got the kisses. Infamous, what can they get done? Positioning gonna be very important, whether or not Abaddon's gonna be there to save his
Alright, and that is a excellent RP right under the tower. Venno does manage to get his ultimate off though, but gets hit here by the Snapfire ultimate. He dies ultimately there. Abba getting hit as well, but that's really about it there. But that is the Venno dead though, and Venno is just such an important part of their fighting potential here. Nyx Assassin a little bit too far ahead, a little bit too far forward, and gets caught out, gets punished for that small mistake that he just made. So that is 1 for 1, but definitely Infamous favorite, at least kills wise, because that Venomancer was really making their life very, very miserable.
In terms of the kills, definitely in their favor, but perhaps not the cooldowns. That is the RP down. Instant save there from Sexy Yogi, able to allow the Luna to escape. That was the 9-second BKB being used. And, well, quite fortunately for Infamous, took down the Venom, so no push. Because otherwise, that could have been a dead tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they did manage to block that. It was probably worth, but it's looking scary. It's looking very scary for Infamous. Venno is back up as well, and they see this Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin getting absolutely called out by these 4 heroes even, and getting killed by this Venomancer. Another kill for this Venno. Hoodwink trying to come in with that ultimate, see if she can do anything, but she can't quite do it. Is she going to be able to get out of here? Yes, she is. She's just running right past the trees. But bottom tower is now down. A little bit delayed, but still got it anyway. Not sure if it's going to be able to, if they're going to be able to make a return trade here and get that tier 2 top. It doesn't quite look like it.
And 0 Roshan Fred coming out. Razor, horrible here when it comes to doing Roshan. His only item, that BKB. The cooldowns are back up for Infamous. Balrogs smoking into that could be a bit dangerous.
They are just going to walk up high ground here. Nyx finds them, but they also find Nyx here. Nyx is going to die here, but RP coming in and just got up as well. They got Luna right in the middle of everything. Is that smart though? Because Luna does throw her ult out. Kunkka has his boat as well. So they get that Luna in there, but it might not have been the smartest decision that they made there. That's a double kill on Luna. You don't want that. She dies, but, you know, still, pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much impossible to take down the Luna instantly when there's the Abaddon nearby. And this was a first phase Magnus, and I was a bit surprised because, you know, it's a hero who relies so much on the RP when you play him as a core. There's a completely different style of the Magnus. You play for the Empower, you play to enable your position 1, but that is not what the Razor does. And the Razor this game has been completely neutered, it feels. Balrogs, everything's just coming together for them. Whereas whatever Infamous do, whatever they throw, it seems to be answered perfectly. Positioning, the spells of Balrogs, they're playing really well right now.
Luna TPing back into jungle and just going right back to farming probably. Yeah, absolutely she is. Her net worth is insane. Snapfire is still the highest net worth on the enemy team right now. She's gonna go for this Daedalus next, and then apparently after that really wants to go for that shard, which I honestly love, which is, you know, the ground targeted Lucent Beam that also gets a click attack when you do it. Which is, you know, very interesting to kill some waves and to throw some more havoc into a team fight. They know that they're doing Roshan though, because they smoked up on the side of Infamous. They want to do something about it, but will they be able to do something about it? There's no RP up for 26 seconds still. Snap ult is up though. They're a little bit scared here. That's the skewer from Magnus. Magnus is caught out of position here though. He's a little bit far away. He gets slowed, he gets stunned as well. A lot of damage coming in. He gets tipped now by this Venomancer, kind of saying that was maybe not the smartest move that you could have done. Hoodwink gets caught out as well by this Kunkka. Razor just jumps in the middle of the fray. BKBs and tries to get a lot of damage in here, which he does. He's still very high HP and he gets 2 kills, 3 kills here. 3 kills. He's gonna go for this Venomancer. Is he gonna get his revenge for the laning stage? He is. Absolutely he is, with a little bit of help from his Snapfire. He TPs back home to make sure that all that damage over time doesn't kill him. That was crazy for this Razor. That was good. That was what they needed.
Yeah, the plays there coming out from alone, that was a bit questionable considering that there was the 4 staff on our Dark Willow, but a lot of things really came together there for Infamous towards the end. Our Luna only just TP'd into that outpost top lane, so he didn't have the T team out. Because otherwise, because the Magnus was dead, there was no way to stop a BKB TP. Instead, sat up against Lumiere the entire duration. Lumiere able to get that nice juicy static link off. That was really what turned the fight for them.
It is honestly beautiful to see. Again, a similar situation as last game, you know, where Balrogs is kind of ahead, then Infamous does something, and you're like, oh, never mind. This Razor gonna go for this refresher next. They're gonna continue with the Roche attempt though with Balrogs. RP is up though. RP is up and is getting used here on this Kunkka. They figure, you know, we need to get the Kunkka out of the game, which makes perfect sense. They get the Kunkka kill, but Luna meanwhile manages to get that Roshan, gets that Aegis here. BKB again on this Razor. He ults. He links her. Aegis is gone. Aegis is gone already, and are they going to be able to get a second kill on her? Probably, potentially. They do a lot of damage. They get a lot of stuns here as well. This Razor just getting out here to make sure... Nope, he's not. Nope, he cancelled his TP.
Stupid.
He doesn't really seem to care if he dies.
Stupid.
Is he gonna die?
Brave, but
I think
stupid.
I think he'll survive with the
Nope,
bottle.
he's gonna be fine. Yep, he's
Yeah,
gonna be
he has
fine.
A bit
That
of,
was
HP regen from that off of refresher as well. I think that might have just kept him alive there. Balrogs, it was looking so good for them early on, but a couple of execution errors at the end there. I really think that our Luna should have just tanked the first death without using the BKB, respawn with the BKB, and that's a completely different fight. But instead, panicked a bit, used the BKB while she was static linked, and that did not end well. A bit unfortunate there with the timing as well. The Baden top borrowed time purged off the stun on himself, but got stunned immediately after, and therefore wasn't able to save his Luna. And we saw only 10 minutes ago how powerful this Abaddon Luna combination can be. So much to keep her alive. He got stunned immediately after popping the borrowed time. Bit unfortunate there, but even after losing the Aegis, Infamous fighting back strong.
Razor managed to climb to a higher position in the network chart. He is above his Snapfire now, so he's definitely doing a lot of work. Let's have a look at the KDA 845 on this Razor. That's a lot of kills actually. You know, it kind of looks very rough at the start of it. Yeah, Infamous again. You know what I said just now as well. Just like last time, they seem to be picking it back up. A few mistakes coming in from Balrogs, and some really good plays from Infamous, and it's kind of looking more Infamous favored now with a little bit less than 1k gold advantage.
Yeah, the refresher now completed for our Razor. That is a massive power spike. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try and force something here.
And they will.
Going smoke.
Gonna try to scout them out. It's Hoodwink. Removing herself a little bit from the pack. Gonna walk up the high ground here first. They spot her, but she does manage to stun this Venomancer. Gets an ult in there as well. This Razor gets in the middle of the fray. RP coming in as well. This Luna is getting dangerously low. This Luna dies for it. Venomancer, is he gonna be able to get out of this? No, he's not. 2 stragglers there, but Snapfire managed to catch one of them at least. This Abba misses her Scatter Blast though, but blinks in anyway right after him. And this Abba is gonna go down as well. Kunkka's in the trees. Kunkka's trying to get out. Kunkka's trying to TP out, but he's not gonna be able to. And this Dark Willow dies as well. That's 5 people down for Balrogs. And looking good for Infamous again.
Yeah, I do have to criticize the play coming out there from Balrog. I recommended the BKB TP last time around because the Magnus was dead. this time trying to BKB TP out when Magnus still has his RP, that's not going to go well for you. It would have been a completely different fight, I think, if they had just tried to fight straight up instead of TPing out. Luna tops BKB, drops the Eclipse. I mean, very nearly Balrogs were able to turn that around with so much damage coming in from the Venomancer, but just because of that decision making, not the entire team was on board. Ends up going pretty poorly for Balrogs. Do have to question as well, honestly, the build coming out from the Luna. I don't mind this build up if you know, you're ahead, if you're able to position yourself nicely, but the fact that you have half of the Hurricane type, you already have the Dragon Lance, I really wouldn't mind seeing him just complete that Force Staff. Because yes, there's a Force Staff available on the Dark Willow, but you actually can't Force Staff allies when they are BKB. Force Staff yourself when you're BKB. So, a couple of times now, Burner he's being pulled out, and the BKB clearly is not doing enough.
Coming in on the side of Balrogs, they catch out this Hoodwink. They're not quite able to kill her though, and their smoke doesn't seem to lead to much right now, except for a courier kill, which is definitely something. Obviously, Roshan is not up yet. Magnus, though, oh my god, he really tries to go for that reverse polarity, but gets stunned here. Does manage to get it off just in time. Luna dies for that. Kunkka is in here. Kunkka is BKB'd as well, running after this Nyx assassin. A little bit of a wild goose chase, but decides, uh-oh, actually, two of my strongest companions are dead. I gotta get out. Is not gonna be able to get out, potentially, because this Magnus is just right on his tail. This Nyx is on his tail, getting that stun, getting that skewer, pushing him right into the loving embrace of this Razor, and getting that full team wipe.
Terrible start in this game for Lumiere. Died a couple of times in the laning phase. He was behind the network the entire time, off the bottom network out of all of the cores, but he has come back in a massive way. That refresher power spike, there's just no arguing with it. Getting so much utility out of the static blink as well. A lot of it does go back to the itemization of Balrog.
Dire's bottom tower.
This man has so much money right now. He's having a pretty good time. Luna is definitely dropping off. And it's,
which honestly shouldn't be the case. You expect the Luna to be able to scale into the late game very well, but you know, Razor just hitting that timing, that double BKB, double Eye of the Storm timing, that Balrogs themselves didn't seem to be able to utilize in that previous game. Infamous pretty much picked the graph that said whatever you can do, we can do better.
Wink, getting caught by this Venomancer, but not quite. She manages to get a... Nope, not quite. X Marks is there as well. I was like, oh, she's gonna get out, but then I realized Kunkka's there, X Marks is there. Yeah, good luck with that one, squirrel friend.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty inconsequential kill in the grand scheme of things. They don't have the RP, so unlikely that Infamous will be able to really take any fights. They're happy losing a support there. Lumiere, though, is going for a bit of a tour around the Dire Jungle, has an invis. Isn't going to find anyone just yet, however.
Snapfire ulted here on this Dark Willow, getting the kill just before she TP's out. And now they're going to be pushing that top lane a little bit. Razor seemed to want to see if he could find something, didn't quite find anything. So just, you know, goes to farm the jungle a little bit, keep his farm game going strong. That is, there we have tower pusher Snapfire together with Razor, getting this tower so incredibly quickly, while the Balrogs have infiltrated the jungle of Infamous and are just kind of setting up shop there, it seems.
Nothing touches the heart like my venom.
Yeah, Balrogs, they're sort of massing the Force Staff.
BKB
But,
Paul
again,
on
can't
Kunkka?
Force Staff BKB'd ally.
Kunkka just BKB TP'd out without enemies near. I think that might have been a misclick. Pretty sure that was a misclick.
Well, no BKB for this upcoming Roshan fight. RP is
Unfortunately, but they
up.
don't know that.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So maybe... They don't seem too scared though on the side of Infamous. They don't seem very frightened anymore. Roche is not up yet. They're all gathering around middle. Both teams.
Stupid.
Skewer attempt there by this Magnus, gets caught out though by the Torrent X marks. And by pretty much everything but the kitchen sink. BKBs though, gets out.
Okay, that's big. That's big. Just the BKB being down. Balrogs, I think. Try to reset. Go for a smoke up. Make sure the Luna's in a safe place. Exactly what they're gonna do. Luna has to stay far enough behind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a dust coming in. This squirrel is gonna be caught out here. She doesn't really have enough HP to deal with that. This Luna is getting gone on though, and oh my god, that RP coming in as well by this Magnus. Abba ulted, but he might die later. Anyway, this Venomance is gonna get gone on now. They really want to kill this snake again and again and again. And this Kunkka is getting chased out here by the Snapfire ult by this Hoodwink. Cookie on him as well. Skewer by Magnus just TPing there to the outpost. And that is Roche just spawned as well. Perfect timing, and now they're going to be able to get this Roche for relatively free, or do you think they're going to buy back for that?
I think you have to give this up. Doesn't matter that the cooldowns are in your favor. You just don't have any vision around the pit. Don't have any good tools to contest along the lines of an Elder Titan. And it's just the execution again, the itemization again from Balrogs. You get the gobble up onto the Razor, chuck him right on top of the Luna, and the Luna BKBs and PGs while the Magnus still has RP. It's just never gonna end well for you, because you're not putting out any damage during that time. Doesn't even pop the ultimate, which wouldn't have done anything against double BKB anyway. So, I don't know, just strategically, it feels like Balrogs are getting the wrong idea about this. Before that fight started, I said the Luna has to be far enough behind. I really don't think you should be showing whatsoever until the fight starts, until you know where the Razor is, until you know where the Magnus is. And the BKB TP, I think this is the, what, third or second time that we've seen it happen. It's just not working out. Still end up going for the full Daedalus instead of going for the Hurricane Pike. Had enough money for the Hurricane Pike, but instead gets the Daedalus, doesn't do anything, because you apparently can't attack when you're a TPing, believe it or not. Daedalus didn't do anything in that last team fight. The Hurricane Pike now might just be a little too late.
It just all seems to be on Infamous's terms, and it has to change. If it stays on Infamous's terms, they're never going to be able to do anything. They're just going to be able to... They're just going to keep doing that. They're just going to keep trying to TP out and get into uncomfortable situations. I think there's still a chance for it to turn. I think it's definitely Infamous' favorite, but they can still do something. It's just... I don't know. They just don't seem to be approaching it the right way. And meanwhile, here in bottom, Kunkka just gets caught out. The rest of his team is not even there. And they're gonna go push the high ground. Razor has Aegis for at least 3 more minutes. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. So he's just gonna click. Magnus gets thrown in there by this Snapfire. Manages to skewer out and therefore make Venomancer miss his ultimate. Which is very favorable for them. BKB popped here on this Kunkka. RP coming in as well. That is 2 people really trying to get out here. This Kunkka is chasing after them, while this Razor's is right in their base, dealing so much damage. Buyback coming in from this Dark Willow as well. Kunkka's gonna die here by this Magnus. Magnus is too strong. BKB pop again with the refresher. Ultimate still up here on this Razor as well. He's gonna run into the fountain. He's gonna run into the fountain to get this kill. He still has Aegis. Rampage on Razor. Aegis popped. An Ancient God.
Yeah,
GG.
in the end, Infamous, they were able to do all the things that their draft was supposed to do. Razor, he gets the double BKB, double ultimate just runs at you. And Balrogs, especially on the Luna, just didn't play to the itemization, didn't play to the draft. You know, you want to be sitting there, you want to be right-clicking, fine. Get the Hurricane Pike, trust in your Abaddon to save you from an RP, and just straight up fight the Razor once you disengage from his static link. Instead, they went for this sort of glass cannon build. They went with a shard, they went with Daedalus. That just did not work out whatsoever because Burna was not able to keep his distance.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. Again, kind of the similar thing happened that also happened in game one, where, Balrogs had an advantage at some point and just kind of didn't play the way they should be playing and just kind of threw it away, giving Infamous the chance to just run them over, absolutely truck all over them, which they did, and just ending it very convincingly.
And this does put Infamous into a very good position, so far undefeated in this round robin early stage. Pretty much guaranteed to be making it into the playoffs. Balrogs, on the other hand, though, it's not over for them necessarily, but pretty much every single game that they play from here is going to have to be a win if they want to make it into the playoffs.
Still a chance, but we keep saying that with all these games they just played against Infamous as well. There's still a chance, but it's just not. They have to pick it back up. They have to just, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm curious to see if Balrogs have managed to stay in it.
All right, well, that's going to be it from us for now. I'm Stinkypie, joined here by Sparks. Anything you want to say before we close out?
Thanks everyone for watching, and you'll catch both of us again somewhere next week.
All right, see you soon.